Before we get into this video, guys, I want to encourage you to hit the subscribe button and to like this video to encourage me so that I can make more videos. Thank you so much, and let's start. Hello guys, and welcome to the channel. Today we are going to build a portfolio website, and I can actually say that I'm very excited about today's project. Okay, this is probably the most complete project that I've ever put out on YouTube, and I'm kind of excited about it. Okay, so let's do a walkthrough of what we are going to achieve by the end of the tutorial. Okay, so this is the simple portfolio website, and the design inspiration I actually got from Ryan CV template. Okay, and everything you see here is built with HTML, CSS, and vanilla JavaScript. I was actually thinking of using Sass in this project, but I decided to just use regular CSS because of some people that may not know how to write Sass code. Okay, so let's just see what it looks like. So let me click on resume, and this is the effect we get. Okay, so we have this nice slide out effect for when you click on various aspects of the website. Okay, and let's see the blog section, and there's even the contact us section, and as you can see, the design is clean and simple. Okay, well, I'm not very great at color combination, but I think I I tried my best, just to work with the colors I have or I had. Okay, so this is what we're going to achieve in this project, and as you can see, I'm sure you already noticed the text effect here. Okay, and so basically we also have this hover effect for the social icons and even the links down here. Okay, so let's go back to about, and all right, so basically that's what we're going to build, but then let's see how responsive this website is. Okay, I'm going to minimize this. Okay, and let's shrink this up. So you see, when you get to the tablet width, it changes. Okay, it becomes like this, and all the section displays. So let me click on resume and let's see what happens. Okay, so I'll click on resume, and as you can see, it slides down to that section there. And for portfolio, same for blog and for contact us. Okay, so basically we have like a change in the effect that happens when we get to this section. Okay, so let's shrink down to the mobile width and see what happens. Okay, so when we get to the mobile width, this is what happens. The menu bar goes to the top of the page, and then the remaining content just stacks down. Okay, so let me click on resume, and you see that slide effect. So this is actually JavaScript's smooth scroll. Okay, it's not just the regular link targets that people do. So this is actually smooth scrolling with JavaScript. All right, so this is what we're going to achieve in this project. Okay, so let's get started. And talking about JavaScript, right, I have a project on my YouTube channel. So let me just quickly show you that on my YouTube channel, I have a project on 10 JavaScript 10 JavaScript projects I coded with vanilla JavaScript. Okay,
For the
so you should
HTML, I've set the
actually,
font size to 10 pixels.
I want to actually encourage you to check out the project. Okay, learn JavaScript by building 10 projects. Very interesting project that you're going to enjoy. Okay, and it's going to help you improve your vanilla JavaScript skills. All right, so let's go back to our portfolio website. And if for any reason you're not very confident with your HTML CSS skills, I have a course on Udemy. I'll leave a link in the description. You can actually check that out, and thank you so much. All right, so let's see how we can get started. So I'm going to bring up my code editor, and let's see what we have on the code editor. So I'm just going to leave it like this so we can see what we're doing. All right, so on my code editor, basically I have let me just show you my file structure. So index.html, styles.css, and script.js. I also have the media query.css. I'll eventually going to include my media query files into the project, okay, but I just want you to know that I actually have that. Okay, all right, so basically in our index.html file we simply have this template, okay, font awesome, and links to our CSS file and script.js file, okay, and then we have hello world right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this project with live server. So I would right click and I'll click on open with live server, and that should open. Yeah, so it opens up in our browser, okay, and I think I have some predefined styles already. So I am going to go to my styles.css and I'll just get rid of all the styles that are already predefined. I'll just remove them and I'll just be with my font family and I'll save. So what we have here is just the hello world, okay. Yeah, so I think we're good to go. Maybe I should shrink these just a little bit. All right, so as usual we're going to start with index.html and we're going to move up from there. All right, so let's come here and I'll just get rid of this. And what we're going to start with is, first I'm going to create a div with a class of all, and inside of this div, like this div is going to contain all the content on the page, okay. Now inside of this div, I know this is not like the conventional style, so we always start with header and the body content, the main content, and all of that, but this is kind of different, okay. Just follow me on the project. So I'll create a header tag, and let me just come down here. So I'm going to create so I'm just going to add a comment here and say main content, or I'll just say content section, just because there's actually so much HTML in this project. That's why I'm starting by adding comments, okay. Now I'm going to create a section tag, okay. So basically that's what we're going to work with. So we're going to have a header section and every other content will be in this within this section tag, okay. So let's start. So inside of my header tag, let's do container, and then I think I can just give some space here, or we can actually do the indenting and formatting later. So let's do, inside of this one we're going to create a nav, and inside of the nav we're going to create an unordered list with a class of nav-ul, okay. And then we're going to create some list items with a class of nav-li, okay. And I think I want 5 of those, so 5, or maybe not now, so I'm just gonna do tab. And then inside of this, okay, this first one is going to have another class of active, so I'm going to come here and say active because it's the very first one. All right, so inside of this I'm going to add, so let me just bring this down. So there are two things we're going to add. We're going to add, maybe I should just actually open the website, okay. So we're going to have an icon and the text. So for the icon we're going to use font awesome, so we can simply just say I and like so, and then let's add a class of, so it starts by saying fas and then fa hyphen user, okay. Yeah, that's it. So if I save and let's see the project, so you see we have this tiny icon here, okay. So let's come down and then we can add a link. So I'll just say a, and the link is actually going to, for now let's just say it's not going anywhere, and let's give it a class of link, okay. Then the link is going to say about, okay. So but maybe to save time I would actually just say about here, so about hash about, okay. I like this to be on a single line, so maybe I'll just space this out, okay. So that's fine, okay. So what we're going to do now is we're going to duplicate this link item, okay. we're going to duplicate it 5 times and then modify the content. So that's what we're going to do. I think I should save this. Yeah, so this is what we have. Okay, so I'll just copy this link item and duplicate it 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's 5 link items. And then the second link items is going to have the icon is going to be FA and I think poll -h. And this link inside of it is going to say resume. And then of course the link text itself is going to be resume. All right, so this one is going to be, let me just make sure, pencil alt. So let me delete that and say pencil -alt. And then the link text is going to be, I think that's for portfolio. So let me just say portfolio, and same for the, okay, and then let's save. Okay, so these 3 have changed. Okay, so the fourth one, the icon is going to say stack exchange. So let me just, and here it's going to say blog, and it's going to say the same here, so blog. And the last one is going to say envelope and contact. So let's just do that quickly. Envelope, and here it's going to say contact, same for here. And then let's save. Okay, so this is basically what we have. Of course, the stack exchange is not showing because we need to make this FAB. So basically, if you just check on Font Awesome, you're going to see all of these icons are just used here. Okay, so I think we're done with this first aspect here. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're immediately going to move down to the content section, because we're not going to just go and start styling this. We want to give everything some kind of structure initially. So we're going to add some things to the content section. Okay, but since we're in the link aspect here, maybe I should just add a data filter. So we're going to use the data filter property to actually filter these links against the content. Okay, so what I'm going to do is inside of the link items here, I'm going to come just after the class, and I'm going to say data -filter. Okay, so you can actually check this up and just check it out. So let me just copy. Okay, I'll just say the first one is going to be content -about. Okay, so don't worry, when we start writing JavaScript, I'm going to explain more about data filter. So but then just you can actually check it out on Google and see what it is. So I'll just come here, I'll paste that in, and I'll change this to content -resume. And then I'll do the same for this one. So after the link, and I'll paste that in, I'll say content -portfolio. And then for this one, I'll say content -blog. And for the last one, it's going to be content -contact. All right, so I think we are done with the header section. Okay, the markup for the header section rather. So we have this, and this. Okay, so I think we can just delete this. Okay, so let's add some initial content for the content section here. So I'll come down here and I'll create a div with a class of container and another class of main container. So that's 2 classes. And then inside of, so the first thing we're going to do is, right, we're going to create a profile section. So let me show you. If I bring this out and come here, you see that we have this like initial image, and so I call this the profile section, and then I call this the content section, this second guy here. So we're going to start by creating the profile section, and then we're going to do something on the content section. So like I said, there's a lot of HTML to write here, but don't worry, we're going to get through. Okay, all right. So for the profile section, right, I'll just I'll add a comment here, and I'll say profile section. Okay, so what do we want to do first? A div with a class of profile. Okay, and then inside of the profile, what do we have? We have this image and we have this content here. So what I'm going to do is I'll separate both of them in different divs. So I'll come here and I'll say profile image. So another div. Okay, and then let me just come down immediately and I'll say profile content. So okay, so you see the way we are separating things. So let me just give a space here just to make sure that everything is nicely separated. Okay, so this is for the profile section. Yes, now below the profile section we're going to have a content section. Okay, that's the what is going to contain all of the content. So let me just quickly add the initial markup. Okay, so I would come just below this guy here. I'll add a comment. So let me give 2 spaces. I'll add a comment and say content section. Well, even though it's inside of the overall section, but it's still a section anyway. And then let's do a class of content all. Content hyphen all. It's going to contain all of the content. Okay, and then inside of the content all, we're going to create, okay, but we can come back to this. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we had everything nicely created before we continue. Okay, so let's come to the profile section and profile image. So basically what we want to do is we want to add an image tag. So let me just be sure of what I'm doing. Okay, so I'm going to add an image tag. Sorry, that should be img, and it's not even going to have a class, it's just an image. So I'll just say images, and I'm targeting so I have like a folder containing all the images I'm using. Okay, this is all of the images I need. Okay, so I'm going to target the image of a man. So I'll just say man, and I think it's man2.jpg. Okay, I'm just going to leave the alt blank, or I can simply just say man. Doesn't really make any difference. But if the user has, like, maybe the user's internet is bad and for some reason the image cannot load, the alt text will be displayed. Okay, so when I say it doesn't make any difference, I'm saying that in respect to this tutorial because I know that the image will load. Okay, all right, so let's come to the profile content. And for the profile content, we're just going to add all of this. So the name and all of this stuff you see here. So the name is going to be inside the h2. So let's just do h2, and the name is John Doe. And then after that we're going to have a paragraph, right? And the paragraph is going to have a class of text effect, text hyphen, because it's going to contain this text. And by the way, we're going to create this text with JavaScript. Okay, no library for that. Okay, so in the meantime I'll just say web developer. Okay, and just below that we're going to create the icons. Okay, so for the icons we're going to put everything inside the div with a class of profile icons, icons plural. Okay, because they are more than one. And basically let's just create an a tag. So that's a, it's not going to go anywhere for now and forever because I'm not going to put anything there. So I'm going to, inside of this, I'm going to add a font awesome icon. that's going to have a class of FAS, FA, and the first one is let me just see, Twitter. So Twitter, okay. And of course there's going to be, oh, there's no text, okay, so it's just icon. All right, so let me copy this. Okay, so there's a lot of copying, so I think that will speed up the process. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. So let me just do that. Okay, there is actually a shortcut we can do. So instead of copying it, if you use Visual Studio Code, you can press Alt and Shift and press the downward arrow. It will duplicate it downward. So that's 1, that's 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so we have 5 of those. So the second one is GitHub. So let me just, so I'll just change this to GitHub, not GitHub, but GitHub. And the third is Facebook F, Facebook -F. The next is LinkedIn. So let's do LinkedIn. And the last one is Stack Overflow. So for the Stack Overflow, this is going to be FAB and Stack. I think there is an hyphen. Yeah, there is Overflow. Okay. So I even have an extension, a VS Code extension that can actually complete some of these things for me. But I got to get rid of the first. Okay, so let me save. So let's just make sure that our icons are displayed. I don't think they are. Okay, that's because I think all of this should be FAB. I really don't know how this thing changes from FAS to FAB, but you can check the website. Okay, so FAB, and everything displays nicely here. Okay, so there is also the, after the icons, there is this area here where we have GitHub link and the contact me. Yeah, so I think that's also important. So I'm going to come outside of the profile icons. So this is the profile icons, and I'm going to create another div, right, with a class of my border and profile CTA. So I'll just say profile -CTA. CTA actually stands for call to action, right? And I'm going to add another word, my -border. Okay, I'm trying to figure out why I added my border, but I think I don't need it. Anyway, I would it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it, and I don't want to have to start looking for anything. So inside of the this div, I'm going to create another div. It's not going to have a class, it's just, oh sorry, Control Z, and I'll just say div, and I'm inside of the div, I'm going to put an a tag. A tag is going nowhere, but it's going to say GitHub. So this is supposed to be like a link to your GitHub repository, and I'll duplicate this, and this one will say contact me. Okay, so I think that's about it for the profile section. So we're 23 minutes in. Oh, okay, all right, so don't get tired. Okay, I'm trying also not to get tired because I really don't like writing HTML. But I mean, if you feel like, okay, you don't want to see me write HTML, you can actually just forward this to a point where I'll leave in the description where I start writing CSS and JavaScript. Okay, but that's totally fine. All right, and you'll find all of the timeline in the description also. Okay, so let's come to the content section. And so we're going to divide the content section into like different subsections. So this first one is going to be content about. So this should be content and about. Okay, so let's start by creating a div with a class of content and a modifier class of content -about. Okay, and then it's also going to have an ID. So I'll just say hash about. And okay, so let me just tell you why it's having an ID. It's having an ID because this target link here is going to link to that section. So this href about, and subsequently for all of the other links in the navigation menu. Okay, so that's why we added an ID, and then we're going to use the content and the content about to add some modifier and properties. Okay, so this is like a modifier class. All right, so what do we have inside of the content? So the first thing we have is this header section, and then there's like a details section in the content. So let's do another div with a class of content header. And basically this header is going to have a h2, and inside of this h2, I don't know if you notice, but we have like this header here with two colors. So we're doing that with a span. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'll just say span, and inside of the span I'll say about, and then I'll come outside, give a space, and then I'll say me. So basically that's it for the content header. So let's come outside of the content header and say content details. Okay, so this content details in this first is going to be different actually for the various section, but in this first one we first have an image here, right? So let's come here and say img, and the source is going to be images. And okay, so there is man hyphen. Okay, so this one, this particular one, so I probably should have renamed this, okay, because this name doesn't look nice at all. Okay, so I'll just say profile. Okay, but that's basically what we have. So let me just save this and let's see what we have so far. All right, so you see we have this image initially, and then we have this smaller image here. Okay, so let's continue. So what do we have next? So we have some text. Okay, so how do we go about this? The first thing I would do is I would create a paragraph. So let's just do a paragraph, and this paragraph should have, so first off, this is going to be like a span, this first guy here. So it's a single paragraph actually, but inside of it there's going to be like a span, actually two spans. Okay, so let me do the first span. So I'll say span, and this span is going to have a class of text. Okay, this one is going to say hello, and okay, I think there's an exclamation mark, and then it says oh sorry, that should be capital letter. So I'm, and then I'll then come here and create another span. Okay, let me just add the class. So it's going to have a class of let's see, name. So let me just say name, and then inside of it I'll say John Doe. Okay, and then I would come outside of the paragraph and I would say lorem ipsum. So I would just I would actually add some text. So web designer blah blah blah. I'll just copy all of this and then I'll paste it in. Okay, yeah, so that's it. So it's pretty straightforward. So we have a paragraph, inside of it we have two span. The first is class of text and the content is hello I'm, and the second span is has a class of name, and then it says John Doe, and then we have the remaining aspect of the text. So let me save that, and yeah, this is what we have. So we're really moving on with the HTML section, and that's it for the content about. Okay, so you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to duplicate this content about, right? So let me just see where it ends. So it ends in this div. So let me just grab this guy, and I'm going to come down here. I'll add a comment and say content resume, and then I'll paste it in. Okay, so now let's begin to modify. The resume is actually quite long, so but then let's begin to modify the content here. So the first thing I would do is I would come here and say my resume, or maybe I should start from top here. So I'll change this to content resume. That should be small letter, and this one is going to say resume. And then let's do, this one is going to say my resume, the text. And then let's do my here. Okay, so that's for the content header. Now for the content details, I'm just going to get rid of all of the content here. Yeah, yes. Okay, so what do we have here? Content, the main container, the header, and the details. Now before we go too far, I'm going to duplicate these 3 more times so we can have the other 3 sections, and then we can then add content inside of it. So this is the first content about. Okay, so let me just grab this guy. I'll copy this. I'll come down here, add a comment and say content portfolio. Okay, I guess I'm going to take a break after the HTML section because it's kind of long. So let's do portfolio. Okay, and let's change this to portfolio as well. Okay, so here it's going to say, let me just be sure what it says. So it says my portfolio. All right, yeah, so I think I'm done with this one. So let's come down outside here, I think, and then let's add a comment and say content blog and paste in, and let's change this to blog, and let's change the ID also to blog. Then let's come here and say, what does it say? So let me just confirm. It says my blog, so there's mine almost everything. Okay, so the last section is going to be our content contact. That's our contact section, and let's paste that in, and let's change this to contact, and also this to contact, and this one will say contact me. Contact me. All right, so let me save that and let's see what we have. Okay, so my resume, my portfolio, my blog, contact me, about me. Okay, so now let's add some content for the my resume section. I think it's a bit long, so let me just go to my resume. Okay, well, it's not so long. We just have these 2 set of content, and these are repetitive content, so we can simply just copy and paste. All right, so let me just scroll down a bit so we can see, and let's go up to my resume. Where are you? So yeah, so resume. All right, so for the resume section, basically we're going to, inside of the content details, which is what we have to do, let's create a div with a class of resume, and this is going to contain everything for the resume section. So what I'll do is I'll create another div with a class of title, and inside the title, basically I'll just add a h3 that will say education. So that's this guy we see here, education. Yeah, Oh, so I'll come out of the title div and I'll just add another div with a class of details. Okay, so inside of this div, right, we're going to create another div with a class of specific details. So I'm sure you probably are finding my naming conventions funny. Okay, but it's actually not easy for any developer to actually create class names. It's sometimes it's a task. Okay, so for the specific details, I'll add a paragraph with a class of year, because that's where we're going to add this year. So this should be p dot year, and then it's simply going to say 2011 to 2014. Okay, so I'll come out here and I'll create another div that will hold the remaining content here. So let's do, so I'll say dot year details, year hyphen details. Okay, that's supposed to be like the details of the educational, education for this particular developer in that year. Okay, so I mean, so what we're going to do is let's add another paragraph with a class of year title. So I'll say, so this should be dot year title, and of course we already see what it says here. It says Tech University, so I'll copy that, I'll come here and paste it in, and then I'll come in just below that and I'll create another paragraph with a class of year description, so DESC, and basically I'll just copy this also, so there's no need of generating another lorem ipsum. Okay, so let's save and see what we have. Wow, we've been writing markup for forever. Okay, so basically this is what we have here and it looks fine. Okay, except that we've not added any style to it. So what will I do next is I would say I'll just copy all of this. So let me just see, what do we have here? So resume. Okay, I think there's something I missed. This first education section, right, should actually have its own div. So I'll create a div with a class of my resume and a modifier class of education. Okay, so I'll just say my hyphen resume and education. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to cut out Ctrl X, the closing div, and then I'll just place it before the closing div of this one. So I'll come down here and paste that in. Okay, and that should complete it. Okay, so it's not well indented. Okay, so I can actually just indent it. So let me, from resume education, so let me just indent it gradually. So I'll indent this, and then I would also indent this, I think. Okay, so everything should work out fine now. I'll indent this, and as you can see, it's tallies now. Okay, so that's done. Now what we're going to do next is we're going to copy all of this, my resume and education, and we're going to use it to create another piece of content. Okay, that's because both of these content are similar, like in terms of their, how they are displayed, their interface, and how they are shown on the screen. So I'll just come here, right, and I would, okay, let me just do it from the bottom instead. So I'm seeing the line here, so I can simply just copy from here and go up and stop here in my resume and education. I'll copy that, right, and just to be sure, just a minute. So I'll just come just directly below it. So this is where it starts, this is where it ends, the education resume, and then I would simply just paste in the second one, and then I'll modify it. So I'll come here and say I'll change this to experience. So let's just do that and say experience, and here we're going to say experience. Okay, and then here we're going to just change this to 2014. So that's 14 to 20. Let's just make this 16. And of course, we're going to change this to front end developer. So I'll copy this and paste it in. So Control V. And for the text, it's actually the same. So there's nothing to change there. Okay. All right. So so what do we have here? We have this line right after this piece of content. So we're going to add this line. So it's just going to be an empty div. So how do we go about this? I'll come here, I'll click on just to be sure. So it's actually going to be outside of the my resume. So let me just look for the resume div. So this is the div, and I'll just scroll down to see the closing div. So you see this line here is actually outlining and showing me where the closing div is. Okay, so this is the closing div for the my resume div. I'll come down here, I'll add a comment, and I'll say add a line, and just below it I would create another div with a class of content hyphen line. So that's going to be this line you see here. Okay, all right, so below the line, what do we have? We have the my skills section here. Okay, and this shouldn't actually take us so much time. So I'll come down here and I would say I think I can actually start writing the CSS and JavaScript now. Okay, but let me just finish my resume section and we'll start. So I would add a comment here and say my skills. Okay, so for the my skills, basically what do we want? We want to create a div. So let me just say div with a class of my skills. Yep. So let me just be sure. So that's my hyphen skills, and then inside of that we're going to add a title. So maybe what I'll do is I'll just grab this let's see, I think I'll just grab this guy here because it's exactly what we want for the so I'll come here and I will paste that in. So div with the class of title, and then I'll change this to my skills. Okay, all right, so let's come outside of this title div, and basically we're going to create another div with the class of skills. So this is where we then list all of the skills of the developer. So inside of this skills div, we're going to create a singular div with a class of skill. Okay, so dot skill, and we're going to put all of our skills here. So basically we're going to add an image and some text. Okay, so the first one, let's just do the img, and I think HTML. So html.png, and then let's just add a paragraph here, and let's say HTML. So it's as simple as that, and I'll save just to be sure we are doing the right thing. Let's see what we have. All right, so we've done so much HTML. Let's round up so we can start adding some styles. So I will just copy this div with a class of skill. So I'll just highlight it and I'll press Alt and Shift, and I'll do it 8 times. So 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, that's 8 of them. And basically we just need to change the content. Okay, so maybe what I'll do is I'll just pause the video. I'll do one and then I'll pause the video and change the remaining content, so you don't have to watch me write this boring HTML. Okay, which is important, by the way, because without HTML there's no CSS and then JavaScript. So let's do the first one is HTML here. So this one we're going to change it to, I think, CSS, just to be sure. So CSS logo, and then we're going to say CSS, and the next one is going to be JavaScript. So that's js.png. So js, okay, so just one, and let's do, and then the next one is, maybe I should just actually look here. So React, so js, and oh, so there are two files. Which one do I think I use the first one, React, and then I'll just see React. Okay, and then what do we have here? We have Node.js. Okay, so say Node.js. Okay, I don't know how I wrote that, but I think so. Let's come here and let's do, okay, I have no, okay, so it's just one image, thank God. And GitHub, so come here. Oh, I said I was going to post the video. Anyway, I'm almost done. So GitHub, and here let's do, I think it's git.png, and the last one, oh, not the last one, the last, second to last, that's view. So let's do, so let's see if we have any view. So we have view, and the last one is Angular. Well, at the time of this tutorial, I don't have all of these skills, but excuse me, in the future I hope to have all of them. Okay, so let's save, and let's make sure that our images were properly displayed. So 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, yeah, so everything is properly displayed, and I think we are done with this section. So let me just make sure how it ends. So yeah, so we are done with this section. So what we're going to do is we're going to start adding styles and JavaScript. Okay, and we'll come back for the other aspects, okay, later. So let me, for my CSS, really I don't, there's no need to have the um, code editor that large, so I'll just reduce it, and let's adjust this. Okay, all right, so let's come to, I'll close up this media query. Let's come to the styles.css, and you know what, I'm going to take a very quick break to get some water, and I'll be back. Okay, but first let's add a comment here and say custom CSS begins here. Okay, so we can know the predefined CSS we wrote. Okay, so I'll save this and I'll pause the video and come back in a few minutes. All right, so we're back. So let's begin. So I actually thought about the name, the comment I added here, custom CSS. Everything on this page is actually custom CSS, but then, I mean, let's just continue. So let's start by adding some styles to the body. Okay, that should be the first thing. So for the body, I am going to add, let me see. Okay, maybe I'll come back to the body. Let me just start here, and let's come here so we can see what we're doing. Or maybe I should actually just add to the body first. Okay, so let's do by start by adding some padding. Let me just adjust my mic a little. All right, so padding of 2 rem all over, so top, bottom, left, right. Let's add a background property, so just background, and we're going to add a linear gradient, and this linear gradient is going to say to right and bottom. Remember to add a comma, and then we're going to choose the colors we want. So basically I'll go to my root colors, and I think I use the orange and the this color here, this color primary. I think this is purple. So but then the orange is a little bit darker, so maybe I'll just grab the purple color and I'll come down to my body. Okay, so let's start by adding the first one, and I think it's DF0109. So I'll add a comma and then paste in the second one. Okay, I actually missed something here. Oh, so this is DFA60C. So DFA6 and 0C. Yeah, so that's it. So let me save, and yeah, so this is what we have. Okay, so let's give it a height, and let's say we want a height of 100% of the viewport height. Let's do margin of 0 and auto, and then let's do display of flex, and let's do justify content, center, align items also to center. Okay, and let's save that. Okay, so it looks very much weird now, but don't worry, we're going to, everything is going to align and make sense. Okay, maybe I should add background repeat here somewhere, background repeat, and set it to no repeats and save. Okay, yeah, so let's come down here, and the first thing we're going to target is the main container that contains everything. So that's this one here that says all, and let's do dot all. Okay, so what do we want? We want to give it a width, so width of 90% and a max width of 1100 px. So if I convert that to rem, that's about 110 rem. So I can actually just say 110 rem and save. Okay, then let's do display of flex, and let's do justify content center. Okay, so this our content aspect here is actually making things look very weird, but to make it look less weird, maybe what I can do is I'll come here to my HTML, right? I'll come to the content for the resume, right? So let me just bring that out. So for my resume content, I would comment out all of this resume content here. So let me just scroll down, and as well as all of these images. Okay, so for the images, it stops skills. Okay, so let me just start here. So don't worry, I'll uncomment it out shortly, but I just want us to have perspective on what we are doing. So I'll just comment this out and I'll save, so that if we come back here, so let me reduce this, so that if we come back here, and do we need to refresh? Okay, there's something I did not comment out well. Wow, okay, so let me just take a look, see on what's going on here. Oh, I know exactly what is happening. So I need to do Control Z to uncomment it out. So I need to actually comment it out in batches, because the previous comments are preventing the current comment from taking effect. These comments here. So let me just I need to comment it out in batches, so I'll do this and this, and I would then do for the skills, which starts here. Okay, and I'll save, and let's shrink up. Okay, so you see it actually displays everything now except for the resume content. Okay, so we're going to come back and uncomment this out when we're ready. So let's come back to our CSS. Okay, so what do we have next? We have the nav. So that's the navigation, this guy's here. So I'm just going to say nav, and let's start by adding a background color of white and some margin. So we'll start from the top. Let's say 2 rem from the top, 1 rem on the left, 0 and 0. Then let's do a border radius of 3px and save. Okay, yeah, so this is what we have. Then let's target the unordered list. So I'm not going to use the class, I'm just going to say nav ul. Okay, and then I'll say list style and set it to none and give it a width of 7 rem. Okay, so this is actually one of the most interesting projects that I've done. So let's do ul and li, and let's set the li to display flex, and let's do flex direction. So I used to call it flex d to column. Of course, we'll justify content to center and align items also to center. Let's do some padding. 1 rem on the top and bottom, 0 on the left and right. Yeah, so you see everything is looking great. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to add a border beneath the list items, but we don't want that border to be on the last list item. So let me show you a trick. Most of you probably know about this. So it's the not pseudo class. So I would say nav and unordered list, and then the list item, I'll then say not. Okay, and then I'll say last child, and then I'll add my style. So what do I need? I need to border on the bottom of 1px solid, and I'll do hash EEE. So very light gray. Okay, so you see that there is this light gray border except on the bottom here. Okay, now what do we need to do? Let's target the icon. Okay, so let's do nav list and icon. Let's start by giving it a font size of 1.6 rem, and let's give it a color of, we'll use the black variable, so black, and let's give it some padding on the bottom, so b of 3px, so something small. All right, okay, so next we're going to target the link tag, that's the a tag. Okay, so we're not going to go all out for the link tag. We're just going to do something very simple. So font size of 1.2 rem, and text decoration to none. Let's do font weight of 600. So we imported the fonts from Google Fonts. Let's do color of black. So same for, I think for the color I can just say black, and yeah, so I'll just get that out and save. Okay, so let me show you the fonts we imported. So this is the font, And I don't think I did a run through of the CSS file. So we imported fonts, we have these variables for our colors, and then we have some styles. Okay, all right. So what do we want to do? We want to set a hover class for our links. Okay, so what will I do here? I'll just copy this guy here, and I'll come down, and then I'll say hover. Basically I want to change the color, so I'll say color to primary and save, and let's test it out. Okay, maybe what I'll do is I'll add some padding under the icon here. So padding bottom, let's just make it 5 pixels and see. Okay, so that's better. All right, so remember we have an active class, right, for this. Let me go to my index.html and scroll up. So for our link item, yeah, so the first link item has an active class. Okay, and that's what we are going to rotate. So let me go to the main website. So basically, if I refresh, right, this first link item has an active class. When you click on like other link items, that active class will be moved to those items there, right? So that's what we have. So you see the color changes as I click on it. So let's use CSS to define that class. So I'll say dot active, and basically I want everything inside of the active. So the class of active is on the list item, and inside of the list item we have an icon and a link. So we're going to say everything inside of the list item. So this is how you say it in CSS, and then we're going to set a color of our primary color and save. Okay, so I need to come here. So this first one should actually be, the color should actually change. Oh, so this should active, not archive. Oh, I think we made some mistake with our markup because everything is active. So if I come to my HTML, you know, we copied the links and we duplicated it. So I'm just going to get rid of these active classes here. So and I can do it once. So I'll just 4 and 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, and I'll save, and that solves that problem. Okay, so what do we want to do now? What we want to do now is we want to add some JavaScript. So we're doing it like step by step, right? So that when you click on the resume, for example, it will change the active class from the about to the resume. That's what we're going to do now. So I'll come to my script.js, and I'm going to first add a comment. So let's just say add active class to link. So add active class on link click. Okay, that's descriptive enough, right? So let's start by creating some variables. So I'll first create a variable to target the unordered list. So I'll call it navul, and I'll set it equals to documents dot get element by id. And what id am I looking for? I'm looking for the nav hyphen unordered list. Okay, so I think I can just duplicate this, and this time in this one I'm looking for document.get element by class name. Okay, and I'm going to change the variable itself to nav li, so I'll make this small letter. Okay, I'll also change this class here to li. Okay, all right, so we're done with our variables. Now what we want to do is we're going to create a for loop. So I'll say for, and let's open the brackets. And what do we want? So let's say let's let I be equals to 0, That's we're initializing, and let's say I is less than, we're going to say this list items, right? So we'll say nav li dot length, and we're going to say I plus plus. So just a regular loop. Okay, so what do we want to happen when we loop through? I think that should be 2. So first off, let's do nav li, and we're going to get the ith item. So let's put the I here, and then we'll add an event listener. So add event listener, and of course we're going to add a click event. So click, and we're going to just create an anonymous function here. So for those that like to use ES6, I actually use ES6, so let's just do ES6 here. And so what do we want? We want to create a variable with another variable, so it's const, and I'll say current, and this is going to be equal to document dot get elements by class name. And basically, what is the class we're looking for? We're looking for the active class, so I'll say active. Let's close that. This is JavaScript. Oh, sorry. Let me expand this, okay, until we are done. Okay, so we're closing this, and then we're going to say current and 0 here, and then dot class name will now be equal to, so I'm just going to copy this one more time so I don't have to type it out. So current 0 dot class name dot replace, and we're going to replace the, so when we're using the dot replace method, or we are going to first of all specify the class we want to replace and state what we want to replace it with. So let me quickly explain what we just did here. So what we did is we targeted the elements with the class of active, okay, which is currently the first element, and then we said that there's something wrong somewhere here. Let me add, oh, there should be a comma here. Okay, so we targeted the elements with a class of active, and then we said that we want to get that element, right, with that class name, which is this current here, and then we want to replace the class with an empty, so essentially we want to remove the class. Okay, so we are replacing this class with no class, so we are essentially removing that class. Now what we'll then do next is we'll then say that this dot class name, which is the element in question, or the link in question that is clicked on. Now we're going to add the active class to the new link that we clicked on. So I'm going to say plus equals, and then I would say active. That's because we want to add a class. Okay, all right, so let me just do a brief summary. So first off, when you click on a link, right, the first thing it does is that it checks if there is the active class there, right? It removes the active class from the link, like on this page, for example, if you remove the active class from this link, and then it adds it to whatever link you click. Okay, that's why we have this dot class name. So let me save this and let's test it out. I hope it works. So I'll click on the second one, on the third. So I have a bug somewhere, it's not working. So let me just check my console very quickly. All right, click and inspect the page, and okay, so cannot read property class name of undefined on script 8. Okay, so let me just see what is going on here. Okay, so current 0 dot class name equals current 0 class name dot replace, and replacing the active class with an empty string. Okay, cannot read property class name of, so this should actually work. So let me just take one more look. Everything looks fine here. Okay, well, let me just add my semicolon just to be thorough. So I'll save that, and let me just close the console and test it out one more time. So I'll refresh the page and I'll click. Oh, forgive me. I realized why I was having issues with the button taking effect. That's because in our index.html, right, we have already set the href to go to specific places. Okay, so essentially the link is actually not working yet. Okay, that's why we're having the issues we're having. Okay, so when we set up everything and link up everything, we're gonna have the link working. Wow. Okay, so let's just continue with our project. Okay, with our CSS, that is. Okay, so let me reduce this. Okay, wow, I'd spent so much time debugging, I forgot that I've added all those stuffs to my HTML. All right, so let's continue with our styles.css, and we need to start styling the section area. Okay, so I'll come here and I'll say, let me just say section styles. Okay, the reason why I do this is so if I have to scroll fast when I have maybe like 8,000 lines of CSS or 800 lines of CSS, I can easily identify different sections. Okay, so for the section, we're going to go straight into the main container. So I'll say dot main container, and for the main container, which is this guy here, I'm just going to say display on flex, and I'll save. And yeah, so that's it. So this is the profile and this is the content section. Okay, then I would come down and I will immediately start styling the profile. Okay, so let me do dot profile, and let me do a width of, I'll just say 30%, and I'll save. Okay, then let me just go up. I think I have a style for the image. Okay, so I set the image width to 25%. Well, I can always, modify it here, so I'll just leave that. So let's give it a min width, right? So I'll say min hyphen width of 40 rem, and I'll save. Let's do a height of 80% of the viewport height. Let's do border radius 3 pixels, nothing serious. Then let's add a background color of white. Then let's do position of relative, and I'm going to set the Z index to 1. Okay, I usually don't like setting the Z index when I don't need it, so that I can actually explain, but don't worry, I would always come back to explain if I need to. Okay, so this is basically what we have. All right, so what do we do next? Let's target the profile image itself. So I'll just say dot profile, and I'll say dot profile image, profile hyphen image, and then the img inside of it. We're just going to change the width to 100%. Boom. So things are getting better fast. Now let's target the content. So that's the profile content. I would say dot profile. I can just go straight to content because there's only one anyway. So let's do margin on the top hyphen t of 3 rems. Let's text align to center. Let's do width 100% and save. Okay, so let's target the h2. So let's do profile content and h2. What styles do we want? Let's do font z of 4 rems and font weight of, I think I did 300, I'm not sure. Okay, I did 500. And let's do color of black. Okay, what are we doing next? We're targeting this guy here, so that will be profile content, and it's a paragraph with a class of text effect. So text hyphen effect, and basically let's just do font size of 1.6 rem. And let's do font weight of 600. Color, that's color of our primary color, and let's add some padding on the bottom. I'll go with 3 rem and save. Okay, so we're still going to add the type effects maybe later. Then let's do okay, so but there's something I want to do, right? For this text effect here, right, we're going to have this what am I going to call this now? This type, will I say this typer here? I can't remember the name of this stuff right here, right? But we're going to do that with a span. Okay, so I'm just going to come down here and I'll say span dot effect. It doesn't exist on the HTML, but we're going to do that with JavaScript. So I'll just say border on the right, so border hyphen right, and let's just do so I'm going to do 8 pixels, so that's 8 px and solid. Then I'm going to add an animation. So animation is going to be, I'll say caret. Well, maybe before adding the animation I should actually create a keyframe. So let's do art keyframes, and I'll say caret, and I'm just going to say that at 50% I want it to be border color of transparent. Okay, So I'll then come here and add the animation here. So the current animation is going to take 1 second, and the animation timing function is going to be steps, and I'll just add 1 here, and I'll say infinite, and I'll save. So don't worry, we're going to use JavaScript to do some things here so that the animation displays, okay, just after this image here. Okay, so let's go ahead and target the icons here. So I'll come down here and I would say dot profile icons, and let's target the link tags, and let's do font size of 2 rem. Let's do margin of 5px, that's all around, and let's do a color of var. Okay, and I can actually just say black. Let's do text decoration. Wait, let me save that. Okay, so you notice these lines just around the icons here, so we can just do text decoration and set it to none, and those lines will be gone. Okay, then let's do dot profile icons, and then let's add a hover class. So hover, and basically we're just going to change the color to our primary color. Okay, and that's it. So let's add some transition here, so the is smooth, so all and 0.3 seconds. Okay, all right, so that's fine. So one more thing, right? It's the links here. So this links is in the class of profile call to action. So I'll come back and I'll say dot profile CTA. Wow, we spent so much time already. So let's do a position of absolute, and from the bottom we want it to be 0, and we want it to have a width of 100%, and I want to set the display to flex. Justify content is going to be space around, and let's save that and see what we have. Okay, so this is what we have here. So let's do border on the top, so border hyphen top, and 1px solid, and I actually use RGBA, and then I said 0.2, so this dark color. Then let's add a padding around everything, so padding of 2 rem, and it looks better, except that we've not styled the links. So for that, we're simply just going to come out here and say profile CTA, and then the links, that's A. And we're not doing much for the links. Let's just do font size of 1.4 rem and font weight of 600. Let's do color of black, and let's do text transform to uppercase. Lastly, let's do text decoration and set it to none. Okay, so what do we want to do next? Let's do dot profile CTA, and let's add a hover pseudo class. So that's just going to be for the color, and we're going to set it to our primary color, and that's all. Okay, so you see that, well, we can add some transition here, not as if it actually does so much on this particular link, but that's also fine to have it. So okay, so I think we are done with the profile section. So basically what we need to do now is we need to start working on the content section. So to do that, I'm going to expand this guy so we can have some more room. Okay, so let's start by targeting the content all section. So I'll just shrink this a little bit and I'll scroll down, add a comment here and say content styles. Okay, so dot content hyphen all, which is the container that holds all of the content, and let's do a position of relative. Let's do a margin of 0 and auto just to try and center it properly, and let's set the overflow to hidden and save. Doesn't do much, but we're going to start doing the heavy lifting from here. So we're going to target the content, right? I'll say dot content, and let's give it a width of 100%. Let's give it a background color of, so there's this color I use, so I'll say hash. I think I start with F5, F4 and F2 and save. Okay, yeah, then let's scroll down a bit and let's do some padding. So I'll say padding of 1.5 rem and save. Okay, then I will do height, 75% of the viewport height. Okay, that's definitely not what I want, but maybe I should just comment it out first so we can have some sanity on the page. So I'll do some border, and for the border I would say 1px solid and transparent. Then of course let's do some border radius, so BORD. And you know what, for this side, this left, top left and bottom left, I'm going to do 0, and then 3 for this other side. So what I'll do is I'll say 0 3px, so that's px, and then 0 and 3px. There's a shorthand for this thing I just did, but like at this point I really cannot remember. Okay, and I don't want to Google it, so but I'm sure you can Google it if you want. So let's set the overflow to y, and set overflow y, let's set it to auto. Basically that will add a scroll bar to this section here, and let's do, so we're going to set the overflow scrolling to touch. So we're going to need Webkit for that, so I'll say Webkit and overflow scrolling, and I'll set it to touch. It looks like this CSS property has actually been deprecated. All right, anyway, I'll set display to none, and if I save that, boom, everything is gone. So at this point I'll comment it out so we can have something to look forward to while we style. And then what I'll do is I'll need to set the position to relative, so I'll say position and relative. All right, so let me save. Now what I actually want is I want this content to be set to display none, and just the initial content about to actually be displayed. So I'll come down here and I'll say dot content hyphen about, right? And I'll say display block. Okay, and then I'll come here. I'll set the display of all of the content to none, such that only the about us content will be showing when the page loads. I'll save that, and you see we have the about us content, and then I would give it a height of 75. Okay, so you see what's happening here. Yeah, that's what we want. Now we're going to add an animation, a slide out animation, which is what you see here. When I click here, oh sorry, I need to refresh this page. Yeah, that slide out animation. So when you click, it slides out. That's what we're going to add. Okay, so I'll just but before then, right, I'm going to create a before pseudo element, and that before pseudo element essentially is going to be a line. So let me show you this line you see here. I'm going to create that. So maybe I'll just come down here and say dot content and before. Okay, so that's why we have this position relative here. So for the before, I would say content, and it must be, I'll set it to blank, and then the position is going to be absolute. Then I will then say from the left, I want it to be 0. Sorry, that should be 0. From the top, I want it to be 6 rem. I want it to have a width of 100%, a width of 100%, and a height of, so let me say height of that's going to be 1 pixels. Okay, so 1 px. I think that's about it. Okay, the background color, right? So background color is then going to be RGBA, and that seems fine. And then I'll save. Let's see what we have. So we've created a line here, right? Don't mind the picture that's hovering on the line. We're going to sort that out. Okay. So but first let's add a scroll bar to this guy here and design the scroll bar. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to increase the margin on this section here. So maybe I'll just come here and say content about. I don't want to start styling the content about yet, so maybe I'll just come to the HTML section. So the content section here, let me not mess around with the HTML. I can do it on the CSS. So I can say content about, and I can say margin hyphen top of maybe like 100 rem. Definitely know what I want to do. Okay, I'll just go ahead and add my styles, and so we can see. So what do I want to do now is I want to add a Webkit for the scroll bar, right? That's the features for the scroll bar here. And what I'm going to do is I'll just come down here and I'll see dot content, and it's going to be like Webkit. So it's a pseudo class and Webkit and scroll bar. Okay, so Webkit scroll bar track, that's this one here. and then let's set the property. So I'll say the height of it. Makes absolute sense to add some content here, so I'm not going to be lazy. I'll go to index html, and this for the profile, and this is for the okay, so this is it here. So I'll just come down here and say lorem, and I'll say maybe 100, and I'll hit tab and save. Okay, yeah, so you see we have a scroll bar. So when we start the scroll bar, we're going to see the properties taking effect. So I'll come back to my styles, and I'll give it a height of 5 pixels, so 5 px, and I'll give it a width, and width it's going to be 4 px, and the border it's going to be 1 px and solid, and I'm going to give it this color of hash d5 d5 d5, and let's do a background of same d5 d5 d5. So, and I'll save. Okay, so let's come down and let's add another property here. So this one should actually be scroll bar, this first one. So I'll Control C, and I would make this scroll bar, and then the next one is then going to be scroll bar track. Okay, and basically we're just going to set a background color of our primary color, and we are going to say, so let me save that. Okay, so you see what we just did here, right? So we're going to set the outline. So outline is going to be 1 px and solid, and this gray color, and save. All right, so we are happy with what we've done so far. Okay, so now let's go ahead and add an animation, that a slide out animation for this content section, right? So I'll come down here and I'll just add I'll say slide out content animation, and then we're going to use at keyframe. So at keyframes, and let's just name this animation slide out, and then we're going to say from 0%, what do we want to happen, and then at 100%, what do we also want to happen. So from 0%, basically I'm going to set a transform, and I'm going to say translate in the x axis, which is the horizontal axis, and I'll say minus 50%. And I think I can just copy this and come down here and paste that in, and then I'll set it to 0. So if it's minus 50%, it means it's going to go in, and then at 100% it's going to slide out. So I'll go ahead and save this, right? So we've not applied this animation yet. So where are we going to apply the animation? We're going to apply it on the content itself, right? So let's go to content, this guy here, and I can just apply my animation just after my border radius. Not actually, I can apply it anywhere I want. So I can even come here and say animation, and I'll say the name of the animation is slide hyphen right, and I want the animation to play for 1 second. That's almost instant. And then I want it to ease, and I want it to happen once, and then I'll save, save. Okay, don't worry, that's gonna take effect, but not immediately. Okay, so when we apply our JavaScript, you see that taking effect. Okay, so let me see, what do we have to do. Are we done with this section? Okay, so I think we're done with like the main content section. So what we need to do basically is we need to add some styles for the about content section. So I'll come to my index HTML and I'll just do Control Z, Z and ZZ, and I'll save that. Okay, so we just have the main stuff we have here. All right, so I'll just take a quick break, and when I come back, we're going to continue adding styles for the about me section. Okay, all right, thank you so much for sticking with me through. Let me take that break. All right, so let's continue on the project. We are about to start writing CSS for the about me section, but what I want to do is I want this content section here to be centered. Okay, so I think what I did, let me just scroll up, and okay, so this is content all, and remember that all of this is inside of the content all div. So what I'll do here is, instead of saying margin 0 and auto, right, I would say margin auto and I'll say 0. So what this will do is that it will center it vertically. Okay, that's what this auto means. And then horizontally there will be no margin. So if I save this, you'll see that it's, put this properly centered. Everything is centered here. All right, so we're good to go on that. So let's come down here and let's start adding styles for this about section. So I'll come down, let me just add a comment and say about section, and let's duplicate it. So let's, first off, we're going to get the main div that holds everything, and that's ouch dot content hyphen about, and let's add a background image. So basically, if you look at the main project, you see that we have this background image here, and then we have this effect on the image that changes the color. Okay, so you see the color changing. Yeah, it's a single image, but we have this kind of animation that changes the color. So let's first off, let's add a background. Sorry, let me come back here. So let's add a background, and we're going to just say URL, and then we'll first get into the images folder, and then we are going to specify the image. So I use 3.jpg. Okay, I actually named this image. This image is very funny, okay, because I did a lot of testing. I'll say no repeat, and then I'll say center and cover for the background size. I would save that, and as you can see, the image appears. Okay, let's do a position of relative because we're going to need that. And I kind of added a Z index, but I'll just wait until when I need it, so you'll see how everything is arranged. Then I'll say dot content about, and then I'll create a pseudo element. Okay, so let's just do after pseudo element, and basically we're going to put that effect that would make the color change. So really it's like a blur effect. So but let me just show you what we do. So I'll say content, and okay, and don't forget the position to absolute, and from the left we want it to be 0. From the top we also want it to be 0. We want it to have a width of 100%, and we want it to have a height of 100% as well. Then let's do a background, and instead of just adding like maybe a background color or something, I'll just say inherit. Okay, and then let's do a filter. So I'll say filter, and I'll say blur, and I'll just say 3rem. Okay, so but then what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an animation for this thing. Okay, so you see here that it has covered the content here, so we are going to have to sort that out. So maybe what I'll do here is I'll give this a z index of -1 and save. Okay, so you see our content is back, and then up here I would also give this a z index of -1. Now save. All right, so let's see. Okay, so let me step down here and I'll create an animation that would affect the colors here. So how am I going to go about that? Well, maybe this blur is actually too much, so let me reduce this to 2. Well, we'll sort that out when we are ready for that area. So but what I'll do is I'll come down here and I'll create an animation. So I'll just add a comment and say hue animation, and basically let's do at keyframe, and I'll just name this hue, and basically I'll say from 0% to 100%. And what do I want? I want to set the filter to hue rotate. So hue rotate, and I'll start from 0. So basically I'll just copy all of this and I'll come down here and change this to 360 degree, and I'll save. But of course, we have to apply this animation to the element in question. So I'll come here and I'll say animation name is hue. We want it to duration to be 7 seconds and infinite, and we want it to alternate, so let it go back to the beginning every time. So you see what happens here. So the color of it's actually a neon image. Okay, so that color starts to change. Okay, so yeah, that's what we want to achieve. So I think I can take this back to 3. It won't really have. All right, so let's start styling the content. Okay, so I would say content header, content-header. That's supposed to be the text here that appears to be covered now. But we're going to find out what we do about that. So let's do a padding. That's a padding of 1 rem on the top and bottom and 0 on the left and right. Then I'll do a margin on the bottom and I'll just do 1 rem, just so that I can push these guys down a little. Okay, so I still cannot see my. Okay, I think there are some styles in the front that we need to add. So I'll just say dot content hyphen about, and we're going to then get the content header. So basically these styles we're adding here is going to be specific for the content about. So it's not just the content header, right, applies to all of the sections, but this one we are targeting the content about specifically. Okay, so I'll say border bottom and I'll do 1px solid, and I'll do a white color, but I'll use RGBA, and I'll do 255 255 255 and 0.3, and I'll save. Okay, so you see this white line here, that's what we just achieved. Let's do a line height. Sorry, let's do some padding. So I'll say padding and I'll do 1.7 rem and 0. So these are numbers I've actually tried and seen how they display. Okay, so now let's target the h2 that we apparently cannot see at the moment. So I would come here, I would say content header and h2. Let's start by giving it a font size of 2.5 rem, and let's do a line height of, I'll just say 0.5, and let's give it a color of, so I'll use my black color, and let's save. So you see what we have there, and then I'll just give it add a z index of 1 just to make sure that it stays on top of every other thing. So we are going to add a specific there's supposed to be like a span, right? Let me go to my index HTML, which I really don't like doing when I'm writing my CSS, but I just want to explain something to you, right? So there is a span color here, there's a span class here, span element, sorry. So where is the title? Yeah, so somewhere here, yeah, so you see about me, but then the about is inside of a span, so we're going to target that span and give it a different color. So I'll come here, I'll see, I'll copy this, and I'll come down, I'll paste it in and say span, and then basically I'll just change the color to my primary color, and of course I'll save that. Okay, so you see what happens here. Then I need this second text here to be this color on other pages, but on this page it doesn't look nice because you know the background is black. So I'm going to change this specific one. So what I'll do is I'll just copy this guy, right? Then I'll say dot content about, and then I would paste that in and change the color to white. So that's #FFF, and I'll save. Okay, maybe I should use, maybe the white looks very sharp, so maybe gray. Okay, so that looks better. Okay, so we're making progress. Now let's start styling the content details. You know, all of this is inside the content details section. So I would come down here, I think I can get rid of this space, and I'll see dot content details, and basically let's just add a padding. So padding, and I'll just say 1 rem on the top and bottom, 0 on the left and right. Okay, then let me just drag this up a little. So let's come here, and I'll say content about first, and then I'll say content details, content. Okay, so that's because the styles I'm about to add is going to apply to just this about us section. Okay, so let's come here and let's start. So let's start by saying display and say flex. That's definitely not what we want, so let's do flex direction of column, and that will restore it back to how it was. Let's do justify content center and align items center as well. Let's give it a height. I like to save that so we see what we're doing. Okay, the align items. Okay, we'll give it a height of 80% so that the align items can work and center it in the middle. Then we'll give it a width of 70% so it doesn't span from the beginning to the end. Then let's do a margin. The aim is that we want to center it. Okay, 0 auto. Okay, that does it. And let's do text align to center. Okay, so we've centered the life out of this element. All right, so let's get the image. So basically I can just grab this initial part here. This is why if I actually wrote this project with SAS, like my life would have been very easy. Like I would not need to be copying and pasting all of this. I think I would start doing some projects with SAS. What do you think? Why don't you tell me in the comment section if you would like me to, use SAS for my CSS when I build websites? Okay. So for the image, basically, we're going to give it a width and a height. So I would say width of 12 rem, and I'll replicate that for the height. Okay, and then let's do okay, so let me save that. Yeah, now we want to do a border radius for this width, but let me show you something. It's not the regular border radius, so it has this it's like an irregular shape, right? So let me just show you how we can achieve that. I'll bring up a link. So let me just copy this and let me just open up a link here, and let me show you a tool you can use to easily achieve any kind of border radius you want. So this is the tool I actually used. So let me just take a look at the shape one more time. Okay, yeah, so you can drag this here, and then you can ouch you can drag this here, and maybe drag this back a little. So essentially you can shape this guy anyhow you want. Let me drag this up a little and drag this back. Okay, so this is looking similar to what the border radius we have here, right? So I'll just work with this what I have here right now. So let me drag this down a little. Okay, and let me drag this out. Yeah, so this is fine. So basically what you need to do is the value of the border radius, as you are resizing this tool, it's been adjusted here. So when you are done with how you want your border radius to look, you can simply just copy this, right? And it says copy to clipboard, and you can go to your code, right? And in your code you can simply just say border radius. So let me come here and say border radius, and you can then paste in that value you copied, right? And let's come back to our work. So if you save, you see that it changes the border radius. Okay, so let me show you that tool one more time. So it's 9elements.github.io/fancy border radius. That's it. Okay, so feel free to check out this tool and play around with it. Okay, so I'm gonna close that up because that's the only thing I use this for. So let's come down here and I'll add a border of 1px and solid, or maybe I'll do 2px so that it's a little bit bold, and I'll give it this gray color, so EEE, and I'll save. Okay, all right, so that's fine. And let's do some margin on the bottom, because you see the text is just directly, so I'll say margin bottom, and I'll just do 1 rem and save. Okay, so we have some space here. Now we're going to target the paragraph next. I think we're almost done with this section. Okay, so let's come down here and I'll just say dot. So maybe I can easily just copy this guy here and paste that in, and then I'll say paragraph. Okay, so this paragraph also has a lot like 2 span content. So let me just go back to HTML and show you. And yeah, so this is the paragraph here. And first off, you see that we have hello so the first span, which contains hello and then we have another span with a class of name that contains the name. Okay, all right, so that's what we're going to use inside. So let me just make sure that, so these are actually 2 different spans. Okay, I'll come here. I feel like something is wrong with that markup, but we'll find out when we write our CSS. So let's first give a color for the text generally of white, and let's do a font weight of, I'm just going to do 300 to make it very light. Okay, so I'm going to say something. The thing about using colors, right, in your project, you should actually use variables if you are adding colors to several pages or several areas, right? Because if you want to change those colors, you can easily just change your variable and everything will change. Okay, it's very cumbersome going, from CSS selector to CSS selector trying to change colors. Okay, all right, so let me come down here and I'll paste that in one more time, but this time I'll just work with the content details. And okay, well, I can just leave it like this actually, and then I'll say paragraph and span with a class of text, span.text. That's the first one. Okay, so I think I see what the problem is with my initial markup. Okay, so let me first do a font size and I'll make it bigger. So I'll say 1.6 rem. Something, I'll do display and I'll set it to block. Okay. Okay, I think I see what the problem is. Let me go back to the main website. So the issue now is that the hello I'm it's located on, it's like on a line of its own. Hello, I'm John Doe, right? And so what that means is that all of this whole first line here of text has to be inside its own span. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I will just come back to my index.html, right? And you know what, I'll just add another paragraph here. So I'll say paragraph and I'll just grab all of these guys here. So I'll say Control X to cut it out and I'll paste that in here and I would save. Okay, so we have two paragraph elements here. The first one has all of the span issues and stuff. So let's go back here and see. Okay, so what we'll then do is let's come to our CSS and we are going to get rid of this block. Okay, so you see it's on one line, so I'll just get rid of this. Okay, so that's fine. Now what I'll do for the first span is that I'll make it maybe 1.6. I said 1.4 earlier, or 1.8, and I'll save. Okay, then I'll add a comma here. Okay, they're gonna have different styles, so let me just come down. All right, so I'll come down here. I'll just grab all of this and I'll say span.name, which is gonna contain the name. So for the name, I'm gonna give it a color of orange and a font size, so font Z of 2 rem and a font weight of 700. That's the highest I have. Okay, yeah, so this is basically what I want, but I need some space here. So let's go to the markup and hello, so for the John Doe, I'll just add a space and I'll save, and that does it. Okay, so basically I think we're done with this section, except let me just do some Maybe I would increase this to like 2.5 rem to make it a little bit big. Okay, so that's better. All right, so we're done with this section here. Now what I want us to do, right, before we start writing code for the resume section, the portfolio and stuff, is I want us to add the JavaScript, right? I know we tried to add JavaScript before for these links, and I just didn't want to start debugging at that point, but don't worry, we'll do that shortly. So what I'm going to do is I'm adding JavaScript for the effects, right, that slides out the other aspects, the other content section for the project. Okay, so let's go to our JavaScript file. So JS. Okay. And I think I'll just since I'm here, I'll just sort out this guy here first. So what we want to happen here is that when you click on this menu, so let me come back here, the color changes, right? So let me just debug one more time and let's get this sorted out. So I'll go to my console. Okay, so you see I have an error. So let me look at this error properly. So it says cannot read property get element by class name of null at script 3. Okay, so let's see. So the script 3 is getting the nav.ul dot get element. So the nav.ul, so get element by id. Oh, let me check my index.html nav.ul for the, that's for the, okay, yeah. So let's go to our menu section, and I think I can expand this just a little. All right, so this is our nav section. Unordered lists. Oh, we didn't add an ID. Wow, incredible. So basically all we need to do is to add an ID here and give it nav-ul, and that's all. That's basically all we need to do. So I'm going to copy this and I'll just paste it all over here. So I'll come here and I'll just click here as well. So I'm pressing the Alt key and clicking to select multiple times. I'll do that here and I'll do that here. I'll give a space and I'll Control V. Okay, and then oh, what I'm doing here is actually wrong because I'm only supposed to have a single ID. Okay, but it works anyway. It actually works. So let me click on the about, and when I click on the resume, it works. All right, so I think we can actually work with this because it works. Okay, so now what we'll do next is we are going to come to the script.js and let's add the effects that will slide out the different content sections when you click on each of this menu. Okay, so I'll come here and let me first add a comment. So I would say slide the content section on menu click or on link click. Okay, so that's basically it. So now we're going to use the data filter property, right? This data filter, and we put here, so data filter content about content resume. We're going to use this data filter property to target all of the different sections here. So the content about section, the content resume section, we're going to set it that when you click on any of these links that contain the data filter property here, right, attributes, actually the data filter attributes, it will filter through the content section and select only the related or the specified content in the page. Okay, so that's what we're going to target. So the way you do that is, so first let's begin by creating some variables. So I'm going to use let here because this variable may change in the future. So I'll say links, and I'll set it to be equal to documents dot query selector. So, and it's actually query selector all because it's supposed to, like, we're going to create a loop for this. And what am I targeting? The dot link class. Okay, and let's close this up. So I think we can just duplicate this twice. So we are, then this one I'm going to target the content, and it's going to be all content. So I'm sure you know what we are targeting here. That's the content section, this aspect here. Then the last one, we're going to target the content about. Do we really need to? Okay, I don't think we need to. So let me just get rid of it. We don't need to. Yeah, I'm sure we don't need to. So now what I'll do is let's add an if else statement. So I'll say if condition goes in here, and yeah. So I'll say if, okay, maybe I'll just leave out this if part first because it comes up in a later aspect of the project. Okay, so basically I'll just create a for loop, and I'll say for, so I'll say I is sorry, let's say let I is equal to 0, and I'll say I is less than links, that's this variable we created here. So links dot length and regular I plus plus. And then what do we want to happen? So first off, we're going to add an event listener for the specific link that is clicked. So I would say links dot add event listener, and it's going to be a click event. So I'll say click. Then let's add the e parameter or the event parameter, and let's say what we want to happen inside of that event. So inside of this event, I'm going to create another variable. So I'll say const filter, and I'll set it to be equal to event.target dot, then I'll then get the data set, this data set here, this data filter, sorry, that we created here. And I'll probably leave a link in the description so you can read more about it on Mozilla. So I would say data set dot filter, and that's all. Okay, so I'm getting an error here. I don't seem to know why. Oh, there should be a comma here. I always miss that. I don't know why. All right, so before I forget, let me do my e dot prevent default. So I'll just say e dot prevent default. Okay, because I don't want the link to behave in the normal way they do. I want it to, I'll set the behavior for the links here. So that's why I'm preventing the default behavior up there. Okay, so yeah, so we've set our filter variable. Okay, so if I, let me console.log filter. So console.log, and I'll just say filter, and I'll save. Let me see how that behaves. So I'll come here, inspect, and I'll come to my console. I hope I don't have any error waiting for me. Okay, links.add event listener is not a function at script 18. Oh, this should be links, the ith link. So I should put I here and save, and that takes out the error. Okay, so that's the ith link, the current link that is being clicked. So if I click on this content resume, you see here that we have content resume. That's because just by clicking the content resume, the data filter property we set on the HTML filters through the content and tells us what we've set there. So filters through the links, sorry. Okay, because we've not connected the content yet, but we're going to do that. So let me click on the content blog, and as you can see, everything is displaying here. So we're on the right track. So let me close this up and let's continue writing our code. So sometimes it's good to just, as you write your JavaScript, take a pause and make sure that you're on the right track by doing console.log or whatever you want to do to test your code. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we are going to get this all content variable and create a for each loop. So I'll come down here and say all content dot for each. Okay, and let's do this, and inside of this, right, we're going to add the content parameter. So basically let's say, so this is how you do it, and like so. Yeah, now so what I'll do here is I'll then add an if else statement, right? I'll say if the filter is equal to content, okay, what do I want to happen? I want to display the content, so I'll say content dot style dot display, ouch, dot display, and I'll set it to be equal to block. Okay, now I will then come down here and say else if. So for the else if, I will then add another parameter. So I'll then say, so basically maybe I should just type it out first, then I will then explain. So here I'll say content dot class list dot contains, and contains is a method, so you put in the parameter you want it to take inside there, right? And I'll come out here and I'll say what I want to happen. So I'll say content, in fact maybe I'll just grab this code here because this is exactly what I want, and then I'll paste that in here, and I'll add my else statement. So else, and then I'll paste that and change this to display none. Okay, so basically I think I'm done with this statement here. Now let me explain what just happened here, right? We created a for each loop to go through all of this content, this variable we added here, query selector all, so it's going through all of the content. So that for each loop goes through, and we use this content word to iterate through the loop. And then we said if the filter, which is this guy we created here, and we console.log, if that filter is equal to content display block. Actually, this first statement is meaningless. Like, the filter is never going to be content. Why? Because the filter we created, let me just go to my console.log one more time. The filter we created, they are content resume, content portfolio, content blah blah blah. So it's never going to be content, but then we just use it to introduce the statements. Now we then say else if, and then with the condition we are setting that if the content.class list contains any of the filter. And remember that in the content section, right, this content section, let me just come here. So the main content section, maybe I should say main content section. Right, we have this div that has a class of content, yes, but a modifier class of content about, and subsequently we have other ones containing content, resume, portfolio, blog, and contact. So we are saying here in the JavaScript that if any of the content, any of the div that contains the main content has a class of filter, and remember the filter is then these guys that we console.log here, we want to display it, else we are going to hide it. So basically we're only displaying what you click on. So if I save this, and hopefully if I don't have any typographical error, and we come here and click on resume, you see that resume displays. And if we click on portfolio, portfolio displays, blog, and contact. Okay, so contact also displays. So basically that's what this simple piece of code we added here does. It's filtering through all of the content we have to select any of them that has a class of our filter, okay, our data filter. Okay, so that's basically what we just did here. Like if you go through, I'll leave a link in the description for the JavaScript project, 10 JavaScript projects I did, and where I actually use this same property to filter through some e-commerce products. Okay, so if you don't like, if you want to actually understand this very much, just go through that project and I'm sure you would have a better understanding of this, what we just did here. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to go back to our styles.css rather, and we're going to start adding some content. So we've done something for the about section. Now we're going to start adding for the resume section. Okay, all right, so there's something actually wrong here. Like when I click on each of these, I want it to slide out, but it's not sliding out, it's just appearing. Okay, so I really don't like debugging in the middle of like my coding, but let me just take a quick look at what I think is happening here. And so this is the slide out animation, transform, translate x minus 50 then 0, and it should be applied to all of the content. Slide out 1 second is 1. Okay, so but no problems, I would actually just come back and figure out why. Okay, so let me not waste too much time debugging. Okay, we have quite a lot to do here. Okay, all right, so let's continue. And so what we're going to do now is we're going to start with the resume section. Okay, and what I'll do is I'll come to my content, and so initially the content about is being displayed, but because I'm going to be working on the resume section, I'm going to change this to resume. Okay, so if we save, the resume section will be displayed first. Okay, so that's basically what we just did. All right, so for the resume section, I think we already added the markup, but we commented it out. So let's start by uncommenting the resume section out. So let's do this. Okay, and let's uncomment. Okay, so we can uncomment this one out. And okay, this is actually a comment my skills, and let's uncomment this one out as well. Okay, so it stops here, and let's save. So I think that's it. Okay, yeah, so this is the content for the resume section. Now what we're going to do is we're going to add some styles to it. Okay, so this project is a massive one. Okay, so let me come to my styles.css and let's begin. So I will come to the bottom of the page, and I'll first add a comment here and say resume. Actually use caps for this. Okay, so let's start by saying the resume, which is the div that contains everything. And what we're going to do is we're going to use a grid display. So I'll say display grid. You know, we've used display flex before, but we haven't used display grid. Now I'll say grid template columns, and I'll say repeat. Okay, then I'll say auto fit. I wonder why my code editor is not completing that for me. Then I'll say min max. Okay, so the min max, I'll then say 25 rem and 1 fr, and I'll save. All right, so what is wrong? Grid template columns, repeat, auto fit, min max, 25 rem, comma 1 fr. Everything seems to be fine here, but I'm not actually seeing the desired effect I want. Okay, yeah, so the desired effect is actually taking place now. I just needed to expand a little, so let me do up to, okay, yeah, so you see it adjusts based on the width of the device. Okay, so let's continue, and let's do a row gap. So row gap, and I'm going to do 4 rem for the row gap, and let's do a column gap, and I'll just do 1 rem for that. So that's like the space between. I need to expand this some more. Okay, maybe I'll just make this like maybe 20 rem. Okay, so that it's not so, I can shrink it up a little. Okay, then let's get the resume title. That's this guy here. So I'll say dot resume dot title, and we're just going to set a font size of 1.6 rem, and let's do a font width of 400 and a line height of 2. Let's set the color to our black and save. Okay, yeah, so this is what we just did. All right, so let's get the year. That's this guy down here. So I'll just say dot resume and dot year. So let's do a font Z of 1.2 rem, so make it small. CSS, like I don't need all of this space on the editor. I'm just covering my browser. Okay, so 1.2 rem, and let's do a background color really, and it's going to be our primary color. Okay, yeah, so we definitely do not want it spanning all through because it actually block display. So we're going to change the display to inline block, and if you save that, you see that. Okay, then let's change the color to white. Okay, white seems very bright though. Maybe I'll do light gray. So okay, and then let's add some padding of 1 rem, if that's not too much. So that's definitely too much. So let me just say something very small, actually 2px, and then let's add some border radius of 3px as well. so it's curved. Okay, so that's basically, I think that's what I want. Then let's get this guy here. Okay, I think I call it year title, so I'll say dot resume and dot year hyphen title. I wonder why I named it like so, but it's what I did. So font size of 1.6 rem, font weight of 600, color of, so there's this very dark color I created, and border radius. No, definitely not border radius. So I think, let me just save that first. So yeah, so this is it, what I just did here, and it seems fine. Okay, so let's do the description. Okay, so I'll come down here, I'll say dot resume and dot year hyphen description. What do we want? I'll just reduce the font size, font Z, and set it to 1.4 rem. Okay, yeah, so that's about it. Then we have this line that we placed under it, right? So we are going to add some styles for that line, and so let me just go to my index.html and confirm where that line is. I think it's content line. I saved it as content line. The size of my browser has distorted everything, so but maybe I'll go up. This is the first time that line is actually appearing, so I can just place it here. So I'll just say dot content hyphen line, and basically what I want for that is, so I'll give it a width of 100%, and I'll give it a height of maybe like 2px, and I'll give it a background. So it's going to be a background because I'm using linear gradients for that background, and it's just going to be to right. I'm wondering if I have to do all of this. Do I have to do all of this? Okay. Well, there are different ways you can actually achieve this, but since I'm already on this path, let me just finish it up. So I would say to right, and the first color is going to be my color primary. So I would say var and color primary. Let's add a comma and let's say var and orange. Okay, then let's do some margin on the top. Let me just save this to show you what. So basically this is the line we have, and I think it's too big, so I'm going to make it 1 pixels and see. So that, ouch, that's very small. Is there anything like 1.5 pixels? Definitely there is. Okay, so let's come down here and add some margin on the top, and I'll just do 2 rem, just give some space on the top. Okay, so that seems fine, it seems okay, but like I said, there's another way I can actually do this. I can just add a border to this place, and but it's fine like this. So let's style the boxes here. Okay, and that should not take us long. So I'll just come down here and I'll add a comment and say skill section. I'm not going to duplicate that because it's still under the resume section. So let's just target the skills div, which contains every other skill. Let's add some padding. 1 rem on the top and bottom, 0 on the left and right. I think I'm missing something here. This is like some kind of title, so let me just make sure. Okay, I'm definitely missing something there, so let me go and see my HTML. So my skills, then we have a div with a class of title, and inside of it we have skill. But remember, we've used this title before, so it's just to locate exactly where we use it. So okay, yeah, so we use it for my resume and education. Okay, so title and h3, but it was my resume. Okay, so basically I'll just go to my styles, and here we are using my skills and title. So I'll just go to my styles.css, and I'll look for the, okay, so this is it, my resume and title. So what I can just do is I can simply just add a comma here, and I'll say dot my skills, I think, and I'll just say dot title, and I will save. And as you can see, it takes up the style, so there's no need to like rewrite the CSS. It's better this way. Okay, so let's come down here to, let me shrink this up, and let's come down to our skills, and we can continue typing. So let's do a background color. Well, for the skill, right, I want to do the grid display actually, so let me just get rid of this. So because this is the container that holds all of the skill, and I want it to display in a grid, so I'll set the display to grid. And I know we've used the grid property before, but we're going to use different aspects, like different numbers, different values rather. So maybe what I'll just do is I'll just copy this guy, and you see that I'll change the values here, but subsequently I will not need to type this out again. So here I'll change this to 15 rem, and here I'll change this to 2 rem, and I'll save. Okay, so you see what we have here. We've used this to rearrange all of our skills, images, and text. Okay, so then we'll then enter into the individual skill. So dot skill, and then we can then add some padding. Okay, so let's say padding of 1 rem 0, and then let's say background color. We're going to use RGBA. It's going to be 000 and point either 2 or 3, so that's even too much. So let's do 0.1. So just the, yeah, something like that. Like I said, you can actually do whatever you want. You can design it better. So let me open this up a little. All right, let's do text align center. Boom, everything in the center. Let's do border radius 3px, and let's do transform, and I'll say translate on the y-axis 0. So I'll create a skill with a pseudo class of hover, and let's just grab this transform property. My mouse needs to be changed. Sometimes it doesn't respond, and we're just going to move it up just a little teeny little bit. Okay, so I'll just do -5 pixels px, and I'll save. And when you come, you see that it moves up, but it's not smooth, so you need to come here and set the transition, and basically I'll just say all and 0.3 seconds, and that will smoothen it out. So you see, okay, so I think it's okay like this, but I actually changed the background color. I don't think that actually looks very nice. I think it's fine like this one. Let me just show you what I did. So I changed the background color to I'll just grab the color I used. So it's actually one of those purple colors. So this is the color I used. So when you hover on it, the background color changes. But looking at this color, I don't think it's actually great. Okay. Maybe what I can do is I can even use this guy here. And anyway, the point is not to talk about colors. It's just to show you how stuff is done. So maybe I can just make this maybe like 0.2 to just, yeah. So I think this is better than changing the color completely. All right. So the images look fine. Okay, but you can add some styles to them. But I'll just go straight to the text. So I would say dot skill and the paragraph inside of it. I'll do a font size of 1.4 and I'll do a font weight. That's font weight of 700. Make it bold. Yeah. And then I'll change the color to very dark. Yeah. So I think we are done with this section. It's such that when you adjust the width because of the grid display, everything adjusts. Okay. And then if I shrink this up, everything shrinks down and still. Okay. So I think we're done with this section here. All right, so what do we need to do next? We need to start writing some HTML for the portfolio, because when we click on the portfolio here, you see just the portfolio we have. Don't worry, we're going to work on the slide out animation and find out why exactly it's not sliding out. Okay, so let's take a short break and we're going to come back and write the markup for the portfolio section. All right, so but before we start writing the portfolio section, what we're going to do is we're going to try and rectify the current issues we have. So one of them is with the slide outs, okay, and every other issue we have really, and so that we can easily so that we don't have too many issues to resolve towards the end of the project. Okay, so that's basically what we're going to do. So first off, let's do the slide out. So I'm just going to look for so let me just do the content section. Okay, so this is the content section, yes, and we have this animation slide right. Okay, so let's see the animation. So slide, oh, it's actually slide out, not slide right. So I think I'll just change this to slide right here. And also the transform property is -50%. I'll do -50 rem. That's what I actually intended to do. And let me save. Okay, so that solves that problem. All right, so let's try this one and this one and that one and that one. All right, so that's fine. Then there's one more thing I want us to address, and that is with our this very first function here we created. Well, not really a function, a for loop. The const of navul that's supposed to get element by id and get the navul, the id of navul. So I think in the markup, let me stretch this out, I did something that I wasn't supposed to do. And please, actually, I need you to forgive me, because when you do a video tutorial and you talk for 2+ hours, like, you're going to get tired and sometimes you're going to get disoriented. Okay, so the mistake I made here was putting the id right in all of the list items, the ul. Okay, the id should actually be inside of this navul here. So basically I'll just grab this id, Control C, and I'll just paste it in here. Okay, so and then it should be just one. Okay, so let me just get rid of all of this. These are very basic things that talking for so long will just make you tired sometimes, not all the time, and sometimes you can forget these basic things, or you can ignore these basic things. So yeah, so I think I can save that now, and if I click here, all right, so it works. All right, so I think those are the two things I probably needed to resolve before we go to the portfolio section. All right, so let's write the markup for the portfolio section, and that should not take us long. Well, I like saying that should not take us long. It encourages me to work. Okay, but let's get started. So I'll come to the portfolio section. Woo, this is a lot of code we've written so far. So this is the portfolio section with the my portfolio title here. So basically, let's just come inside of the content details, and we're going to create a div with a class of, which is going to hold everything. And then inside of that div, we're going to have portfolio items. So let me show you what I mean. So if I come here and click on portfolio, you see that we have, let me just bring this out a bit. So all of these are portfolio items. So this is like a web design project and a mobile app design project. Let me scroll down. A UI, login UI project, and a password generator. And then there's, so this is like different portfolio items, 4 portfolio items. So that's what we're working with. So I'll come back here, and inside of this div, I'll then say dot portfolio item, and we're going to have 4 of these portfolio items. So I may as well just duplicate this now so that I can just have it. So 1, 2, 3. Okay, so what am I going to do inside of the portfolio item? Let me just work with this guy here. So I'm going to have first off an image. Okay, so how am I going to go about that? I'm simply going to add an img, and the first one is going to say, you know what, well, let me just finish with this one. The first one is going to be portfolio.png. so let's images and portfolio. Okay, so that's fine. And just below it, I'm going to add a p with a class of portfolio title. So portfolio hyphen title, and this one is going to say web design project. So web, and then under it I'm going to add a p with a class of portfolio description, and this one is just going to do some lorem ipsum. So maybe I'll just copy this lorem ipsum I have here, and I'll just paste that in here. Okay, then we're going to need a link. Okay, so I'll just come outside of the paragraph tag and add an a tag, and a tag is not going anywhere. It's going to say view project, but then I'll add this HTML entity, this forward arrow, and the way you do that is you say and then, so that should be and, so it's RARR, and then you close it up, and then I'll say view project. Okay, or project singular. Let me just see what we've done. So portfolio. Oh, since we are working on the portfolio, I'll go to my styles.css, and I'll go up to the content section, and I'll make this visible content on load. I'll make it portfolio, and I'll save, and every time it loads, the portfolio will be first to show. All right, so basically we are almost done with the markup. So what we're going to do is we're going to duplicate this portfolio. So this initial duplicate I did, I'm going to get rid of it because I want to duplicate it with the content. So I'll select the portfolio items, I'll highlight it, and I'll do Alt and Shift, and 1, 2, 3. I'm just pressing the downward arrow to duplicate it downwards. Okay, so that's basically it. So the first portfolio item, this is, and the second one, so let me just come back here. So the second one is my mobile app design. Okay, so I'll just change that, and then I'll change the image. So this is the first, this is the second, and it's going to say mobile app design, and this is going to be portfolio 1, and the next one is login UI project. Yeah, so this is going to be portfolio 2, I think, and we're just going to say ouch. Okay, and the last one is going to be password generator. So let me scroll down, and this is going to be portfolio 3, and it's going to just say so all of these projects are projects I have actually created, and they are located on my YouTube channel. This is actually my HTML CSS web design course on Udemy, and this is a UI project I created, login app. This is actually a user interface for login I created. It's also on my YouTube channel, and this is a password generator also on this YouTube channel. So I can probably just leave a link to all of these projects in case you want to check them out. So we are done with the markup. So that was pretty fast, 9 minutes. So let's come to our styles.css and let's begin to add some styles. So this is what we have, and let's shrink this up so we can see what we're doing. Okay, all right, so let's come down here. I'll add a comment first. Okay, so let's come down here and see portfolio section. Okay, and what are we going to do first? We're going to target the portfolio. So I'll say dot portfolio. So this portfolio basically is going to have we're going to do a display grid on the portfolio, but instead of placing it here, I'm just going to go to my initial display grid. So I've done the display grid before, but not this one. I'm going to use this one, I think 20 rem. Yeah, I'm going to use this one. So I'll just add a comma here, and I'll say dot portfolio, and I'll save. And as you can see, it already, let me just show you what the effect of that. So you see it already adds a grid display to it. Okay, so basically what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to add some extra properties to this. Let me come down here, and so here I'll just then say text align. So text align, I'll set it to center, and I'll add some padding of 1 rem and 0. Okay, that's basically it. So we'll just go ahead and then we'll style some of the other items. So I'll just come down here and say dot portfolio item, and let's add a border of 1px and solid. Let's do a background color, and I'm going to do RGBA of this 255, and I'm going to set it to 1. If I'm actually setting it to 1, why didn't I just do, oh, maybe when I was experimenting on it, I guess when I was experimenting on it, because this is actually the same as saying hash FFF. So I did a lot of experimentation with this thing before I actually published it. All right, so let's add a border on the bottom, and we're just going to do 1px solid and our primary color. Okay, So but then we need a border radius. Border radius is going to be 5px this time. Okay, then what do we need? We need some padding of 1 rem all around, and transition all and 0.3 seconds. Anytime we're starting a transition, that's because we want to use a hover pseudo class to change some of the properties. Okay, so that's why we are setting a transition. So what am I going to do next is I'm going to target the image here, right? So I will just say, I'll come down here, I'll say dot portfolio item, and I'll say img, and let's just give it a width of 100%. Let's do a border radius of 3px, and let's add some margin on the bottom. So margin bottom of 1 rem, and let's save. Yeah, so you see that it's already looking better. Okay, so for the portfolio title, right, this web design blah blah blah, let me just show you something. So the portfolio title is actually like the resume title here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go to the, let me just see my markup one more time just to be remember what I did. Okay, so portfolio, so yeah, so it has a class of portfolio title inside of portfolio item. So let's go to our styles and let's look for resume. So you see the resume title, we're just going to add a comma here, come down and say dot portfolio item first, and dot portfolio hyphen title, and we'll save. So let's come back here. Did we save this? Okay, I guess something is wrong with our class, so let's just confirm. So we have a class of portfolio item. Oh, sorry. But portfolio title is here. So portfolio title, it's a paragraph with a class of portfolio title, and then we have this portfolio item that is surrounding it. So it should actually take effect, or maybe I should say p dot portfolio title. It's still not taking effect. I'm not selecting it properly. Oh, this is not where I want to paste it. Let me just Ctrl X, Ctrl Z, and Ctrl X. That's not where I want to paste it in. I want to paste it here, resume year title. Okay, so I'll add a comma here. I'll come down and paste that in, and I think I should, yeah, so it works. So that's all I need to do for this guy here. Okay, then for the paragraph, right, I'm just going to come here and just make sure that, so this is portfolio description. So for the paragraph, I'm just going to go to the resume description, and I'll just add a comma and paste that in, and this is going to be okay. So that's all. Then I will then add some styles for the link. Okay, and then I'll add a hover class too. So basically for the link, I'm not doing too much, and we're going to actually reuse all of these things. So I'll just say dot portfolio item, and I'll add my a tag. Then I'll do, let's start by doing the font size 1.4, font weight 600, text decoration none. Okay, so we're on the right path. And then let's change the color to what did we use? I think we used our color primary. Yeah, so that's what we did. Then let's add like a hover class or something. Yeah, let's add a hover class and maybe a border when you hover on it. So I would come here. I can simply just copy this and come down and say hover. So let's add a hover class for this guy here, and basically I'm just going to change the color. So let's do color, and I'll just say very dark. And apparently I think I should add a border, which I did not do earlier. So I'll just do a border of 1px and solid, and maybe I'll just use my primary color, and let's just see. So when you hover on it, you get that border, but then it means you have to add some other properties. Okay, so in the item here, I'm going to add some padding, and let me just do one rem and see. Okay, then I'm going to add border radius, so border hyphen radius, and I'll just do 3px and then I'll add some margin on top. So let's do margin hyphen top, and let's do one rem and see how that looks. No, it doesn't work. Okay, maybe I have to set the display here to block. Okay, so you see that it works, and so I should probably make it inline block and save so that it takes up only the width of the content. Yeah, so I think this is better than just having, you know, the text. And maybe what I'll do is I'll put some transition here so that it's an all and 0.3 seconds and save. Okay, all right, so this is fine. It's not, doesn't really quite, the transition, it doesn't really quite. So maybe what I think the reason why is because I didn't put the border in the initial. So let me just do Ctrl+C and come here and paste in the border and make the color transparent and save. I think the transition will be better now. Okay, yeah, so you see, smoother. Okay, so basically I just decided to add this style now, okay, to my link. There's one more thing I did in the initial project. I did it such that, so I think it's portfolio, such that when you hover on the portfolio item, the title gets this background color. So, well, I think we can actually do that. So let me do, how do we go about it? So I think I'll just place it down here. So I'll say dot portfolio item, and basically I'll say that when you hover on the portfolio item, I want something to happen to the portfolio title. Okay, I wonder why that did not autocomplete, but that's fine. So let me see, portfolio title. Okay, so basically what do I want to happen to the portfolio title? I want to give it a I'll start by giving it a background color. So that should be C, and we're going to use okay, so let me just grab the color I use. So it's RGBA, and so this is the color I use. It's just that it has an opacity of 0.8. Okay, so let me save that and let's see what we have. Oh, sorry, let me go to the project. Okay, yeah, so but it's definitely not like what we want, so let's add some more styles. So we're going to do we're going to change the color to white, so that will be, and we're going to do some padding of 5 px on the top and bottom, 0 on the left and right. Okay, then I think maybe one more thing we can do is add some border radius of 3 px and set the cursor to pointer. So ideally, if you have like actually have a blog post, you would actually want that when people click on maybe the title or click on this button, they can actually go to view that blog post. Okay, so that's basically what we've just done here. So essentially we are done with the portfolio section. So let me just open it up and so we can see what we have. Remember that we've not added media queries. Okay, we're going to add media queries and this is going to look a lot better. Okay, so don't worry, don't be too concerned about how it looks. The content section looks very small. We're going to fix all that with media queries. Okay, so now let's do add content for the blog section. So the blog section is actually very similar to the it's very similar to the portfolio section, so we shouldn't waste too much time on it. So I'll go to my index html and let's give some space to our text editor, our code editor, and this is the blog section. So basically what we just need is we're coming to the content and we're going to create a div with a class of blog, and let's just add an image. So the first thing is add an image, and the first image is going to be images forward slash, okay, so it's just blog.png, and we're going to add a title. So that is going to be paragraph with a class of I think I use post title. I should have just made it consistent and said blog title, but then so I'll just say dot post hyphen title, and then this first post title I'll just grab it and copy, and I'll come back here and I'll paste that in. Okay, so that's the title, and then we're going to add another paragraph with a class of post description, so that's DESC, and then I'll just grab this lorem ipsum and I'll paste that in. Okay, and then we'll then add this read post button. So what I can do is I can just grab this guy here because it's very similar, and I'll paste that in. So I'm just going to change this to read post, and I'll save. So let me just quickly see what I've done so far, and I'll click on so it's saying detecting French. I'll close this because of the lorem ipsum, and I'll come to blog post, and as you can see we have our first post. Okay, so what we will do is we'll just duplicate this, so blog, and but let me just check something. So this is blog, right? Actually all of this there should be another div with a class of blog hyphen posts. Okay, and this div is supposed to house the main blog, single blog post. So let me cut this out and close that there. Okay, so I'm going to indent this. Let's see what's happening here. Content details, and I'm going to indent this as well. So let me just, yeah, so nothing changes actually, but it will help us to add a grid display to the blog. Okay, so what I'll do now is I'm just going to get this blog post and I'll just copy this, and in fact I'll just duplicate it downwards, and then I'll change the content. So this is going to be blog, I think there's blog 1, not very sure, so let me just type it out, blog. Okay, so blog1.png, and then the title, I'm also going to just get the title here, and I'll just say how to be a better programmer, and I would replace that here like so, and then every other thing stays the same. Okay, so basically we are done with the markup for the blog section. So if I come to my CSS now, what I'll do is I would come and to my content section, and yeah, I'll change this content portfolio to content blog, so that every time I save, it's the blog that will be displayed first. Okay, because that's what I'm working on. Okay, so now let's go ahead and add some CSS to the blog section. All right, so down here, yeah, so I'll add a comment and I'll say okay, so this shouldn't take time because we already have most of the styles, right? So for the blog section, we're actually not going to even add any CSS, right? What we're just going to do is we're just going to place it in strategic places. So first we have this grid. So let me just come to the portfolio section, and here I would come up to my resume section, I think. So here where we added the grid, so I'm just going to come here, add a comma, come down and say dot blog, and I'll save. So we have it in a grid. Then I would also come down here. So maybe before I go, well, I can just come down here, and here where we say portfolio, I'll just come here and say dot I think blog also will be fine. Yeah, so that centers it. Then I would then come to the title, so this resume title here, and I'm going to add a comma, and I'll say dot blog. Ouch, let me just look at it one more time. Okay, so there is the blog posts and there is the post title, so that's what we're going to do. So I'll say dot blog hyphen post and dot post hyphen title, and I'll save, and that works. Okay, then for the description, I would also come here, add a comma and say dot blog posts and dot post description, and I'll save, and that sorts it out. Then for the link, let's come down. Okay, for the image, right, I would still come here and I'll say dot blog posts, ouch, posts and img, and that should sort out the image. And then the last thing we have to do is the link, right? So for the link, I would just add a comma here, ouch, z comma, and I'll say dot blog post and a tag and save. Okay, then we need to add the hover item also, so I'll come here, I'll add a comma, I would say dot blog post a hyphen hover, and I'll save, and if we hover on it we see this guy. Okay, then for this other guy here, I'll just come here and say, ouch, I need to add a comma first, so dot portfolio item over, and then dot post hyphen title and save, And if we something is wrong here, so that's that post title dot port. Oh, sure, this shouldn't be. Yeah, it's correct. Portfolio item and post title. So just give me a minute. Let me just check what exactly the problem is. Let me see my markup. And this is p dot post title. It's a paragraph. Maybe I should add the p there. So let me just say paragraph and post title. So it still doesn't work. Oh, another troubleshooting we have to do now. Oh, isn't this pretty obvious? This should be the blog post. So it should actually be blog because I'm hovering on the blog post. Okay, so I'll save, and yeah, that works. Okay. I don't think there is. I think I need to add a hover class to the blog post itself. So where did I drop the blog post? Wow, the CSS is just mixed up. This is one of the reasons why using SAS will save you a lot of stress, like really save you a lot of stress. So this is the blog. You know what? Would actually do that maybe later. So maybe what I'll do now is I'll just start writing the markup for the contact us section. Right, this markup here. Okay, so that's basically what I'm going to do. We don't have anything there now, so I would quickly start writing that markup. All right, so to add the contact markup for the contact section, I am here in my index HTML, and I'll simply just add a inside of the content details, right, for the contact section. I would add a div with a class of contact, and let me just see what I want to do. Okay, so this is what I want to achieve, all of this here first. So I would, inside of this div, I would then add another div with a class of contact details, and I would, okay, so inside the contact details, I'll just put the paragraph with address and then this text here. So I'll just do paragraph and a class of title, and it will just say address, and another one would say just to be sure. Okay, so the next one will say California, USA. Okay, and it's just going to be a regular paragraph. So I might as well just copy it. So, and then I'll paste that in here. Okay. All right, so that's basically it. I'll just copy this and I'll just duplicate it. 2, 3, and 4. And then I'll just go ahead and change this to email. And this will just say okay, and then this will be phone, and then this will just say some number. So and then the last one is freelance, and this will say available. Yeah, so that's all for this section. So we're going to add this line here. Okay, so basically I'll just come outside of the contact, and then I'll add a div with a class of content hyphen line, okay, which we already have done before. So basically we are just adding that. So I'll add a comment here because I want to add a contact form here. So just to separate things a little, and then I'll add a div with a class of contact form, And first off, let me just grab a title for this div. So I think I should have a title somewhere here. Oh. I probably would have even written out the title myself if I just, Okay, so let me add a div with a class of title, and inside of it we're going to have our h3 that will say contact form. Okay, I'll come outside of this div and I'll add a form. So let's just do form, and inside the form let's first put in two input fields. Oh, I'm going to put a div with a class of form input, and so inside here we're going to place an input with a type of text, and the placeholder is going to say name. Okay, and then I'll just duplicate this and I'll change this to email. So, and the placeholder is also going to say email. Okay, so let's come outside of this div and let's add a text area. Okay, so we have a text area. We don't need all of this name and ID, so I'll just get rid of it. And the text is going to have a placeholder of, okay, I didn't even add a placeholder for the text area. Okay, so that's fine. Then let's add an input. Okay, and this one is going to be submit. Okay, and the value for this is going to be send message, and let's save that. All right, so I think we're done with the markup for this particular contact section. So let's go to the style, and for our styles, so first off let's add the comments. So this should actually be blog, not bluff, but I mean we can always do that later. So first let's just add a comment here and say contact section. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is we want to add add a display, a grid display. Okay, I was surprised. So I probably need to like refresh my live server. So let me open one more time and I can close this up. Okay, then in my styles.css I'll just go and change this content. I'll change this to contact because that's what I'm working on now, so it will be the one that shows up when I save. Okay, so let's come down. So what we want to do first is we want to add the contact to the grid display. So display grid, so I'll just add a comma here and add contact. Oh, so it should be dot contact, sorry. Okay, so it works, but it's just that the space, the row gap is too much. Okay, so I'll come down here and reduce the row gap. So that's where I'll start adding my code from. So I'll say dot contact and I'll just say row hyphen gap, and I'm gonna make this one rem, and the column gap, I think I'll reduce the column gap to, I'll say 1 rem as well, and then I'll add some padding all around it. Okay, so one more thing we're going to do is we're going to add let me just look at my markup just to be sure what I'm editing. So we have contact details. Okay, so I think there's a key that is pressing itself on my keyboard because I'm having this guy constantly displaying here. I don't know exactly what, but I don't want to start troubleshooting at this point when I'm recording, so I may just have to do that later. Okay, so let's contact details here. So what we're going to do is we're going to add anyway, so what I'll do is I'll just go to my portfolio section. So portfolio item, I think it's this one. Yeah, it's this one. I would add a comma and I would add, I think I was supposed to even add my blog post here. So blog hyphen post and save. Let me just check that out and make sure. Yeah, I was. Then I'm also going to add my dot contact details. So contact, and then I'll save. Okay, but I'm interested in my contact right now, so yeah, okay, so I'm definitely supposed to do that. All right, so I'll come down here. For some reason when I start recording this I start getting this issue with, I'm sorry about this, I really don't know, I really don't know exactly the problem is, but let me try to, okay, I think I figured it out. Okay, so let's come down here. All right, so I'll come and add some more styles for my contact details. And basically I would say dot contact details, and that's the div that holds this guy here, and I'll just use a display. This is serious. Display of flex. I'll save. Okay, yeah, so that's it. And then I will set the justify content to space between, align items to center, width of 100%, and flex wrap, and I'll say wrap. I'll save. Now there's a problem I had with this section here, and I just did a quick hack to fix it. So irrespective of how long I like space this out, it's still, the grid display doesn't work. Okay, so but what I did was I just, inside of the HTML, right, I went into the HTML and wait, where is my, so contact details, so inside of the first one here I added an image, just a line, so I think it's just images forward slash, is it white? Okay, so white line dot, so just a tiny white line, and I saved. And what I did was that, let me just expand this out. So what I did was that it gave this a definite width and then enabled this grid to display properly. Okay, so but then you have all of the files, so there shouldn't be a problem with this. Okay, so now let's go ahead and target the contacts from here. So I will just come down here to my styles, Oh, there's one more thing I have not done, and that is um the um, the background color for these guys. Okay, so I've already done that before in, I think it's the resume section. So the resume section, yes. Okay, so I'm just going to go and find that class and add it. So let me just be sure of what I want to do. So I'm targeting the contact details and title. So let me go to my styles, and I think I'm just going to go up to resume. It's easy to just do control find and say resume. So this is the resume section. So I'm interested in the resume year. Okay, so that's this one here. So I'll just add a comma here, and I'll say dot contact details, and then I'll say dot title, and I'll save, and hopefully that should sort that out. Okay, yeah, so for the contact we already have this guy. For this first guy we are going to do something. So we're going to make the image that we placed here, we're going to give it a width of 100% so that it will wrap down. Okay, so let me just scroll down, and I'll just come down here. I'll say dot contact details and img, and I'll just say width 100%, and I'll save. And as you can see, everything displays nicely. That's because we set the flex wrap to wrap. So if you set any component inside of the display flex to 100%, it will go to the next line. Okay, all right, so we're done with this. So let's just style the contact form and let's round up. So for the contact form, I'm simply going to start by targeting the contact form itself. So I'll see contact hyphen form, and I'll add some padding. So regular 1 rem and 0. So I feel like, well, I feel like if I used SAS, like a lot of the things I'm doing right now would have been like very easy. Not like I actually feel like, I know that if I used SAS, then a lot of what I'm doing right now I will not need to do. Some things are very repetitive. So let's do contact and form, and let's get the form input. So let me come down. So for the form input, we want to do a display of flex. We want to do a justify content. I will say space between. Then we want to do a margin on the bottom. So margin hyphen bottom. And we're going to set 1 rem. Okay, so basically this is what we just did here. Let me shrink this out in a bit so we can see. So let's do contact form, and then the input inside of it. We're going to give it a width of 48% and some padding, simply 1 rem. Okay, so this is what we have here. Then anyway, for this contact form title, well, let's just finish styling the form and then we'll just apply it to the previous class we used in the past. Okay, so let's do contact form and text area. So So for the text area, we'll give it a width of 100%. And we're going to give it a height of 8 rem. Okay, so this is it here. Now basically what we are going to do is we are going to add some styles that will both affect this input and the text area. And the way we're going to do that is we're just going to come down here and we're going to start by saying dot contact form and then dot form input, and we're going to target all of the elements inside the form input, and then we're then going to just copy this contact form and text area. So I'll just copy this. Okay, so basically these styles will apply to all of these form input and text area. Okay, so let's start by giving it a font size of 1.4 rem. Something is definitely wrong with my laptop, it's slow. Okay, so 1.4 rem and font family of inherit, and let's do border of none, outline of none, and let's add a border on the bottom. So we'll do 1px solid, and we're going to use our very dark variable. Let's do background color, and let's set it to transparent, and let's save. Yeah, so this is basically what we want. So the only thing we need to do now is we need to add some styles for the button. Okay, so let's come down here and say dot contact form with a class of input and a type, so it doesn't affect all the, and the type of, sorry, equals to submit. Okay, so let's just do font size for the button, that's the submit button, 1.6 rem. That should be fine. Let's do some padding of 8 pixels. What am I doing? Why is this thing slow? So 8 pixel. Okay, let's do some margin on the top, margin hyphen top. Let's do 1 rem, and that should space things out a little bit. Then let's do a border. Oh, I need to add a semicolon here, so let's do border of 1px solid and primary color. Then let's do border radius of 3px, and lastly let's do cursor to pointer. So I think we are done with this button here. All right, so basically let's just drag this out and see. Okay, so let's go to about and resume, and let's come to portfolio, blog, and contact. Now what we need to do is there are actually two things we need to do before we are done with the project. We need to add media queries, okay, for when we get to the desktop and the mobile width. That's one. And next we need to add the JavaScript that is going to add this typing out of this text, okay, this text effect, we're going to add the JavaScript. So I think I would like to add the JavaScript first so that we can see how it's done. Okay, so I'll just come to my script.js. Okay, so I think I'll just reduce this a little bit so we can have some space for our JavaScript. So we definitely need to add media queries because you can see it's distorted when you get to tablet. So I'll come to my script.js and I will open this up. Okay, and so the last thing we want to add, the last piece of code we want to add to our JavaScript file. So let me just come out here and say actually have two more JavaScript codes to add, but okay, anyway, let's just come here and add a comment and let's say text effect. Okay, so the first thing we'll do is we're going to create a text array. So I'll say text array, and this is just going to be const, and I'll say data text. Okay, and basically I'm just going to put in some arrays array items inside. So the first one is going to be web developer, and I'm going to put in blogger, and then let's add in developer advocates or content developer first. Okay, yeah, so that settles the array. Okay, so now we're going to add the function that will call the typing effect. Okay, so I'll just come here and say document dot add event listener, and let's open a bracket, and then we're going to say when the DOM is loaded, or when the DOM content has loaded. So DOM content, and then we're going to call a function, and the name of that function is typing effect. Okay, so we're then going to come down here and create that function. Okay, so I'll say function typing effect, and this function is going to have three parameters. So the first is going to be text. Okay, and the next is going to be I, and finally we are going to have a function callback. Okay, now what we're going to do first is we're going to check if there is some text in this array here. Okay, so I'll say if, and I'll say I.length, if I is less than text.length. So I'll put it in a bracket and say text.length, and then let's come out and add what we want to happen. So because we're going to pick out the characters one after the other, so let's add the next character. So I would say document dot query selector, not query selector, or just query selector, and then I'm going to target the text effect class, which is the class in which this text is held. So I'll say dot text hyphen effect. Okay, and then I'll say dot inner HTML is equals to, so let's now use the substring method here. So we're going to say text dot substring, and oh, that should be string. Okay. So it's going to take the first entry is going to be 0, and then we're going to say I plus 1. Okay. So maybe I'm just going to concatenate that with a span. Okay. And basically the span, I'm going to add the span for the effect of the like the cursor kind of effect, right? And basically I'm just going to do this. Okay, and then I'm going to say span. I'll close and I'll give it a class which is going to be equal to effect. Okay, so I gotta use single quotes here just to balance it out. Okay, so and that's it, and I can go ahead and close here, and that's fine. So what we're going to do is I'll come out of this if statement, or maybe not. I'm still inside the if statement. I would set a delay, like a delay before the next character is typed. So I'll add a comment here. I'll say set delay before next character. And so we're going to use the set timeout method. So I'll say set timeout. Oh, sorry. And let's do a function. And inside here, I'm going to say typewriter. So that's typewriter. And then let's pass in the text. Then we're going to say I plus 1. I plus 1. And then we're going to add our function callback. Okay. So don't forget that we're going to have to come here and set a time function. So I will add a comma here, and then I'll say 100. So that's going to be the delay. Okay. So at this point, let me just make sure that everything is synced. Okay. So at this point, I'll come out of the if, and then I'll add an else if statement. So else if, it's going to get a parameter, and so I'll say else if, and then I'll say type of function callback is equal to function. And what am I going to do here? I'll call the set timeout function, and which is what I just created here, and I'll add a set timeout for the function callback rather. So I'll say set timeout. So I'll say function callback, and I'll give it a time duration of 700. Okay. So now basically what we're going to do is I think I'll still take time to explain all of this, but what we're going to do next is we're going to create another function to start the text animation. Okay, so let's come outside of this one and add a comment here, and then we'll say start text or start typing. Okay. Okay, so we're going to come outside here and we're going to create a function, and this function is going to be, so it's going to be start text animation, and we're going to give it a parameter of I. Let's come out of it, and we're going to start by saying that if, So we're going to then check if the data type exists, like if this array we created upwards, yeah, this data text array. So let's come here and say if, and we'll say type of, so that's data text, and we're going to get the ith item. So because it's an array, so we're getting the ith item, and we're going to say is equal to undefined. What do we want to happen? So we're going to set timeout. Then we're going to call the start text animation. So I'll say start text animation, and we're going to pass in 0 here. And for the set timeout, we're going to come here and let's add a comma and give it a timing of 2 seconds. Okay, so let's come out here and let's check if the data, so we'll say if I is less than data text dot length, what do we want to happen? So we're going to say typewriter, and let's get the data text and the ith item dot length. Oh, sorry, not the ith item dot length, and comma, we're going to get I. Sorry, this should be 0, 0. Then we're going to add a function, and inside the function we are going to call the start text animation. Okay, so let me Ctrl Z. There's something that appears wrong here, and I found it. So there should be a, yeah, closing brackets there. Okay, so we're going to call the start text animation, and we're going to say I plus 1. Okay, all right. So basically all we just need to do is to come outside here and call the start text animation, and it's going to start from 0, the 0 array, or the 0 item on the array. Okay, okay, so we actually wrote so much before actually getting an opportunity to test it. So let's save now and test out the code. But when looking at my code, I actually see here that I put this else statement in the wrong place. So I think, let me just grab this out, Ctrl X, and it should actually start here, Ctrl V. Okay, so I actually put that else statement in the wrong place, and there's some issues here. So this should be type ty. Okay, and of course this should also be 2 equals sign. Okay, so let me just take a look at the code just to make sure that there are no other typographical errors, that I typed out, just to be sure. So I'm gonna go ahead and save, and let's see. Okay, so we don't actually have our effect yet. So first, let me check the console if there's any error somewhere. And no error so far. So let me look at my code just to make sure. So we started by creating data text array, and we added an event list now to the document. And I see wow. Okay, so there should actually be a function here, okay, that would hold. So this is how it's actually supposed to be. This is supposed to be function that will hold everything. So typing effect, and yeah, so this will then be typewriter, okay, typewriter, okay, and then this typing effects function will then house every other thing below. So I'll just come down here, and I'm going to paste that closing curly braces here, and then I'll bring the start text animation. I'll call it outside of this, okay. And so let me just go through just to make sure. So we have we call the typing effect, and the typing effect actually holds two functions. So this is the first one, the typewriter function, okay, and this is the second one, the function that starts the text animation, okay. So everything looks fine here. So let me go ahead and save, and hopefully we should have okay, yeah, so that works, okay. But I think we need to look at our CSS. This blinker here is quite big, okay. So let me go to my CSS, and okay, so I have this effect here, span.effect. So maybe I'll just make this maybe like 2 pixels and save. Let's see. Okay, so that's a lot better. So let's just make it 1 pixels and save. And yeah, so that looks far much better. Okay, so we've added the typing effect. Okay, what we need to do now is we need to add some media queries. Okay, we need to add some media queries for the different device width. Okay, and to add media queries, basically I created a new CSS file because I don't want to have to be scrolling up and down looking for where to add media queries. So I created a new media queries file where we're going to add our media queries, and then at the end we're going to put it at the bottom of our styles.css file. Okay, so that's basically what I did. So let's start by adding our media query. And you know how to add media query. We're going to say, so the first is going to be for tablet. So I'll just say tablet, and basically I'm going to say, oh, what am I doing here? That's just a comment. Okay, so I'll say, you know how we add media query, we say at media, and I'll say screen, and then let's open a bracket and say max width, and this is going to be 850 pixels. So from 850 pixels downwards, so 850 px, and then we're going to add our media queries here. Okay, so the tutorial has actually been so very long. If you know how to add media queries, like if you've ever added media queries to any website or any application, then you probably know what we need to do. So first off, if I right click and I inspect, and let me just bring this out, and let me shrink this in. So if I right click and I inspect and I come to, let's say, a particular device width, like maybe tablet, or this is laptop. Okay, let me come to tablet, and let me increase this to maybe like 100%. Okay, so you get to see how this website displays at different device width. But an easy thing you can do actually is just to like shrink it down, and you see that things get distorted. So that's basically the whole essence of adding media queries. So I would come here, and we actually have a lot of media queries, and I'm looking at the time we've spent on the well, it's not so much. I think we can actually do it, okay, so that I can explain. I was actually thinking of just putting the media queries in the finished work so that you can have it, but I think we should actually start. Okay, so I'll come here, and for the media query, the first thing I will do is I'll target the body. That's the body for when it's 850 pixels or less. Okay, and I'll give it a height, and I'll set the height to 100%. Let's set the overflow Y to auto, and let's add some padding of 2 rem. Okay, and let's come out and let's target the main container, which is what holds all the content. So I'll say main hyphen container, and I'll set the flex direction. That's flex direction, and I'll set it to column. I'll save, and you notice what happened. So everything, this comes down, right? Unlike when it was flex direction was row. Okay, so we'll keep going on. So let's target the profile. That's this profile here. So I'll say dot profile, and I'll set the width to 100%, and I'll set the height to 90% of the viewport height, so 90 VH, and I'll save. Okay, so you see what we have here. Maybe I can actually reduce this because it's just CSS I'm adding. Okay, all right, so what do we want to do? We want to begin to target this content section, right? So I'll come and I'll say content, and I'll set the display to block. So essentially I want to display all of the content, so you will see all of the content. Oh, this is still just my resume. Okay, no problem, we're going to figure that out. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to call all of those content individually. So I would say dot content hyphen portfolio. Okay, I'll come down, I'll say dot, or maybe what I'm going to do is I'll just Control Z this, and I'll just duplicate this 5 times, and I'll change this to, so there's a lot of repetition here. I'll change this to resume. I'll change this to blog, and then I'll make this contact. Okay, so then I don't need this one. So what am I going to do here? I'm going to give it a height of 100%, and I'll save. And basically I just need to, I think I need to refresh this page. All right, so I refreshed the page, and as you can see, we have all of the content being displayed. Okay, all right, so let's keep going. We're going to get this navigation menu. So I'll come here, which actually doesn't look bad, except when it gets to the width for the mobile. Okay, but what I want to do is I'm going to give this navigation menu a fixed display. So I'll just come down here, and I'll say nav, and I'll set the position. Oh, that should be nav, and I'll set the position to fixed. Okay, so from the top I'm going to set it to 2 rem, and from the left I'll set it also to 2 rem, and then I'll set the Z index just to make sure it's always on top. I'm just going to put 11 there. Then I'm going to target the all class, and basically I'll just add a margin on the left, so margin hyphen left, and I'm going to set it to 8 rem, and boom, everything should be perfect now. So yeah, now the only thing we need to do is, now we are coming close to the tablet width, so we're going to add some styles to change the flow, the display when it gets to, sorry, the mobile width rather. Okay, so but now the only thing we need to do is when we click on this menu here, it still behaves like it's on a tablet. In other words, it still slides out. So if I click on contact, you see it slides out. What we want is, we want to be able to set a different JavaScript rule that will apply to mobile. Okay, and with that we are going to be able to set a smooth scroll function. Okay, so but first let's add some media queries for mobile. Okay, so I'll come down here, I'll add a comment, and I'll say mobile. And so for the mobile, I'll just, it's basically the nav I need to target. So I would say nav. Oh, first you need to say at media query, at media and screen, and so we'll say max width of, I'm going to work with 600 pixels, so 600 px. And then the first thing we want to target is the nav. For the nav, we're going to say from the top we want it to be, so we are positioning it to, you know, it has fixed position ab initio, so we're going to say from the top we want it to be 0, and from the left we want it to be 50%. Okay, if I save that, it's going to distort it. Okay, so I would say transform. Okay, before I add the transform property, right, let me add some styles for the unordered list. So I'll just come here and I'll say nav and unordered list. I'll give it a width of 40 rem. So let's save that, and boom, you can see. So I pushed it here, I gave it from the left, I said it should be 50%, so it's moving almost out of the page. So if I come here, then I'll then use a transform property, and I'll say translate x. Basically I'll say minus 50%, and that's going to center it back, so you see it's in the center. Then I will come down here, I've given it a width of 40 rem. We're going to set the display to flex. Let's justify content to center, and align items as well to center, and let's save. Okay, so you see what we just did here with these properties. So what we need to do is we need to space these guys, this list item, we need to space them out. Okay, so I would come down here. What I can do first is, for this I'll just add a border. So I'll just say border of 2px and solid, and I'll just use my orange color. Okay, so it's not picking, so var and orange. Oh, I don't have that orange color here, do I? So we're going to say our orange and save. Okay, then what do we need to do? So let's target the list items themselves. So I'll come down here and I will say nav ulli, and let's just do some padding of 1.5 rem for the list items, and you see they are spaced out already. Then let's do text align to center, So text center. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to add a border, okay, on the right, except for the last one. So I'm going to use the not selector once more. So I can just say nav ul li, and then I'll say not, and I'll wait for my code editor to help me, and then I'll say last child. Okay, so whatever style I apply here will apply to everything except the last child. Okay, so what do I want? I want a border on the right, and of course it's just going to be one px and solid, and it's going to have so this color, light gray color, and that's it. Okay, so you see the border there, this one here, right? So this profile, right, we're going to add some. So let me just come down here, and I'm going to say .all, right, which is what contains all of this, and then I'm going to push this guy down. So I would say margin of 0 and auto first to center it. So let me save so you can see what happens, and then I'll say padding top, I'll set it to 7 rem, and I'll save, and yeah, that about does it. Maybe 7.1 rem or 0.2. Okay, yeah, so that about does it. However, when we click on this, it still behaves like it does on a desktop. Okay, so let me show you how we're going to fix that. So let's go back to our script.js, and I will do like this, and I'll come to script.js. So we're done with our media queries, and for the script.js, basically we want to say that when we are at a particular device width, we want certain functions to take place. Okay, so the first thing I'll do, just to show you how that works, is for this our slide the content section on click, right, that contains all of this. I'll just come here, just a minute, and I'm just going to, for this from this for loop here, I would say I'll add a if statement, and that if statement is going to be if the window, right, dot inner width is greater than. So this slide the content section, when you click on the menu item that occurs on desktop and then it slides out, I want it to occur when the windows or inner width is greater than 850. Okay, and then I'll just carry this guy here, cut it, and I would come and paste it at the bottom. So I'll come down and I'll paste it in, and I think that should do it. So let's just make sure one. So maybe I'll indent this everything I have here so that it's nicely indented. 1 and maybe 2. Okay, so you see, if I click here now, you see that we have it connected to this guy. Okay, so that's basically what we just do. So let me save this, right, and if I refresh this page now and I click on this, let's say contact, it jumps to contact instead of sliding out. So all the different sections are still there. Okay, so it's working right now. So it jumps to that because basically it's targeted. So it's a targeted link. So what we are going to do lastly is we're going to add smooth scrolling when we come to mobile and tablet width. Okay, so maybe I'll just come down here and I'll just say smooth scroll for mobile, maybe tablet and tablet. Okay, so let me just give some space and come up. So how do we want the smooth scroll to occur? We want it to occur for device widths that are less than 850. Okay, so I'll say if window dot inner width is less than 850, so that's 850, what do we want to happen, right? So let me just give some space. So if this is the case, then I'm going to modify the links. So remember we created the links, these links here, right? I'll just copy it, and inside of the function I'm going to modify it, or inside of that block of code rather, it's not a function, it's just an if statement. I'll paste that in, and I'll say that let links be query selector all, and then I'll just change this to, so this is going to be nav hyphen li, and then I'm going to target the a tags. Okay, that's the link inside of the list items. Okay, so let's come down here and let's add a let statement. So I'll say okay, so it will be a for statement, so I'll say for, and then I'll say const link of links, right? Okay, so what do we want to happen? So we want to add an event listener. So let's say link dot add event listener, and then it's going to be a click event, and then we're going to call a function named smooth scroll. Okay, and so we need to create this function, right? So let's come down and create the function. So function smooth scroll, and this is going to take an e parameter, and the first thing is we're going to do is we're going to prevent the default from happening. Okay, so we're going to say e dot prevent default method, and let's come down and let's add a variable here. So I'm going to say const href, and with this href, right, I'm going to get the href attributes. So I'll say this dot get, oh sorry, this should be dot get attributes, and I'm getting the href. So href. Now let me just pause for a minute and explain what I'm doing here. So this link, right, is getting the a tag, which is this link items here, or this link tags here. Now we are saying that with this href, we want to get the href of whatever link we click on. That's basically what we are saying, because we added a for statement here that says we are looking for a link item inside this array of links, if you may. Okay, so when we get the href, what do we want to do? So I'll come down here and I'll say documents.query selector. So that's query selector, and not all, but just query selector. And then we're going to get the href variable, and then we'll then add the scroll into view property. So I'll say scroll into view. Okay, so now what do we want to do with this? We want to set the behavior to smooth. So I'll say behavior, and I'll set it to smooth. Okay, so I think this about does it for this part of the project. So I'll save and let's see how it behaves. So if we come here and we click on, let's start from contact, you see that it doesn't just jump to that contact, it scrolls smoothly to that point, and like so, and like so, and like so. So wow, we've done so much on this project. So let me just open the project. Let's see what we've done so far. So basically, when we are on a desktop, one more thing we need to do, right? We're going to come to our CSS and we're going to go to the content section. So let me just find it. And yeah, so this content, and here, so we're going to set the content hyphen about, which is the first one, to block. Okay, so that whenever the user comes first on the website, this is what they see. Okay, and as you can see, you see our effect, background effects we did here. So let's go and see what we've done. So the page, good, and contact. Okay, so everything looks nice. Okay, but let's see the responsiveness. So the responsiveness, let's just come out and start from here, and let's go in. So as we go in, at some point it changes to the tablet. Okay, and of course, if a user opens up in a tablet first, this is what they're gonna see. So let's just scroll down and show you. Yeah, and for the tablet as well, if you click, there's a smooth scroll that occurs. And then for the mobile, so let me just scroll down to the mobile, sorry, so down to the mobile, and you see that it changes. The menu goes to the top here, and of course our smooth scroll is still effective here. So basically, we've been able to selectively apply JavaScript to different aspects of the project. Well, if at this point you are not subscribed to my channel, I want to encourage you to subscribe immediately. All of what we build in this tutorial was built with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. We did not use any library or any framework. If there's anything you would like me to do to make the tutorial and the teaching better, I would like you to tell me in the comment section. Okay, all right, thank you so much for watching this video. If you're not subscribed, I'd like you to hit the subscribe button. I'd like you to like this video and help me. Thank you so much, and see you in another tutorial.